Hello! Insert noise.mp4. Hello, we're back. We're back after a while. It has been quite some time that I have not streamed, but it is it. It is time. It is perhaps the most important week of the year. It is TGR Round 3 qualifier week where I've been preparing myself for the past 2 months. Just trying to make sure everything falls into place and we get into the top 10. As of now, I'm not quite in the top 10. Instead, we have quite a long way to go. Danny, welcome in. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, bro. I know. I'm aware. 45, honestly, not impossible. Not impossible. It's hard, not impossible. 44, I wouldn't be surprised if Taj, even you, Taj, or one of the Azlans, even whip up a 44. Heck, Ethan might do a 44. He's heckin' quick. Someone might do a 44. And it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. So yeah, a lot of things happening this week. And by a lot of things, I mean Okayama. I'm going to Okayama, and guess who I'm bringing? Your mama. I'm just kidding. I just had to play that for the joke. Anyway, I've got my racism simulator all set up. It's all looking fancy. You might be wondering, I know I said GR86, but why the hell am I'm in a Porsche Cup? One race just to complete the series, and then we can forget about it. Basically, today and Friday, we will be going all out with GR86 at Okayama, trying to push. Right now, I'm about 1 second. 1 second. Okay, yeah. Previously, before Taj set a time, I was 7 tenths to the record. Now I'm a full second behind the record, behind Taj, which again, not completely unreasonable. It's very, very possible, and I can see us getting close to that. But again, I do promise we will do a track guide. We will do an Okayama track guide today, a proper track guide. I haven't done a sketch in my notebook, damn it, unfortunately, so we'll just wing it from a good lap. We just analyze what we can from what we do, and then we'll see where we can improve from there. Let's hope the track guide blessing carries us forward today, just like we did at Sepang. Immediately when we did a track guide at Sepang, immediately I went like half a second quicker. Let's hope the track guide blessing blesses us today. Nara, welcome in. We actually are running out of time to practice for this particular round. This week it's iRacing Porsche Cup at the Glen, at Mr. Watkins. And yeah, I haven't practiced this at all. It's going to be quite risky. 48.4 is the best time. Ooh. So I really have to get at least a couple laps in. Oh, the frame rate is absolutely hideous right now. Not sure why that's the thing. I've been driving the GR86 so much that I low-key... It's like you need some time to re-familiarize when you're jumping in between cars. 1 minute you're driving Porsche Cup. Like last week I was driving Porsche Cup all week. And then this week I've been driving GR86 all week. So it's just been crazy having to adapt to these two very different cars. Both which require a smooth input driving style. Also, Danny, congrats on getting into the top 10. Barely. I know there's 4 days remaining, but I don't think it's gonna... I'm be honest, bro. I'm not downplaying anything. I think the ceiling will move as the timer ticks down. Right now, I think you are at the benchmark of the top 10. You are at the right at the very edge. It's a 45.9-ish, right? I think it will get lower to 45.8, 45.7 as the week ends. I think most of the aliens are already there. Taj is there. You are there. The Azlans are there. Ethan is there. Yeah, the 5 of y'all are there, pretty much. Who else? I mean, yeah, you guys are like the guaranteed top 5 in there. Wicked, I don't think he's there. Iqbal's not there. By some miracle, I'm ahead of Iqbal. For now. Who else? There's Wanafik. There's Kai Chang. I don't know what's happening to Kai Chang. I do know of a few people who are sitting this round out for personal reasons, which is unfortunate. Is it just me or the graphics got better? Huh. You know what? No kidding. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. The graphics do look heckin' fancy. Or should I like maybe turn some things down, because I don't know about you. Grandstand's high. Why is the frame rate dipping to like so bad? Literally just yesterday I was getting 165 FPS and now I'm not even getting that. Okay, this is going to be a very, very, very risky race because yeah, that just might happen to us. Zero practice. It's mirrors. Thing is, I'm the dude. I'm the one guy who uses the mirrors. That's why I keep them. I use the mirrors. Or should I just disable them? Should I just go ahead and disable them? Like, just make it 1. But iRacing has been stupid since update. Yeah, like I said, literally, I've been getting 165 yesterday. Turns out there is a built-in Windows feature for variable refresh rate, which has been turned on the entire time. And because of that has been reducing my frame rate to 120 overall, right? But once I turned it off, I'm getting 165 in LMU, I'm getting 165 in iRacing. But when I'm streaming, it still goes back down to 100. It fluctuates between 90 and 100, which kind of sucks. It says 90 and 100, but it still feels like 45. It's still very, very choppy. It looks great on stream, but it looks very, very choppy here. So yeah, it's a 14-lap race. It is the fixed series. I got my secret weapon, protein. Alright, let's just do what we can in the qualifying, I guess. Holy moly, the temp is hot. But you know what? It's good because, take note of the temperature. We will be coming into contact with such temperatures very, very soon for the TGR time attack as well. A built-in what now? Variable refresh rate. There's somewhere in the advanced display settings, Windows has a toggle to turn on variable refresh rate, which I don't like because I am technically dual outputting it, one to 60 FPS and another to as high as it can go, 165. So the variable refresh rate kind of limits it both to an equal average, which I don't prefer, which is why I get crappy frame rates. So once I turned it off, I'm getting max FPS here, I'm getting max FPS on the capture card. It's all working just lovely. But yeah, as I said, this is running absolutely horrifically right now. There's a massive input lag. Yours off by default anyway. Right, this is 14 laps, right? So I just have to be very, very careful. I may be familiar with the Glen, but this is the Porsche Cup. The Porsche Cup is notorious for spitting me out alive the slightest mistake, so I ain't gonna risk it. Yeah, there is a very, very massive input lag here. I don't know what is going on. Yeah, it doesn't even look like I can go flat out through turn 4 and 5 up the hill. As it stands, I'm 4 seconds off the pace. Oh. Oh boy, yeah, I've binned it big time there. That's bad. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with the FPS right now. The FPS is just garbage. 2.2K as well. It's a pretty high strength of field. I'm barely going to be able to complete 2 laps. If I can squeeze a 49, that'll be great. Smooth, be smooth. There are, now that I've been driving the GR86 a lot and the Porsche Cup a fair bit as well, I've come to realize that there are quite a lot of similarities between Porsche Cup and GR86, especially in the way you drive. They are cars that you need to be smooth in. But if you notice the inputs, the way you drive it, right, you might mistaken it for being aggressive. There's a trick with that. There is a little cheeky trick with that. That was a horrible turn 1. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't even know if that turn is possible flat out. Or maybe I'm just taking the wrong line. That just could be it. I think I have to brake earlier there. That doesn't seem to be working. Feeling a lot of understeer. Getting a lot of spin there, but I'm trying to initiate the rotation. And to be safe, it has got to brake early. 48 flat is my time to beat with this 2K lobby. Kind of open up the wheel unnecessarily there. Yeah, FPS is not great. No, it's fine for y'all, I assume, but it's worse for me.
Chicken flag, chicken flag.
Yeah, this is bad. Well, we've qualified dead last in P20. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. It's just very, very bad. Yeah, I just want to do this one race and then we're going to focus fully on GR86 today. Everything else feels okay. So there. Dynamic refresh rate. Display. Graphics. Hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. The hell is that? No idea what that is, but okay. Okay, let me turn back the variable refresh rate on. See if it helps at all. I doubt it will, but again, why is the FPS so damn bad? Nothing has changed. Yeah, anti-aliasing is fine. This is all default. In fact, I've turned things even lower. 164. This is all normal. I've reduced the mirrors, turned the mirrors down. Let me just turn it off entirely then. Okay, I'll keep it at 1. Everything else is fine. Yeah, headlights, I've turned it down to medium detail too. Still pretty bad. Oh, yeah, the input lag. The input lag is real bad. I don't know if it's because we're in a race, we're in a server, or what's the deal?
132.
I hope it's just because we're in a server.
A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle.
But yeah, how have you guys been, by the way? Oh boy. It's been a while, isn't it? I've been kind of pushing on my own. I've been pushing for the MAM esports thing on my own. I have been dethroned, as I predicted. I am no longer P1 in the country for the race room one. I think I'm P4 last I checked. A couple of other folks beat me to it. Iqbal Suji beat me to it by a bit. The couple of other folks beat me to it. But only by a couple tenths. Only by a couple tenths, which I know I have in me. But then again, as long as we're in the top 10, we're fine. Position is not threatened. Here we go. Absolute mega start there. I want to observe and see if anyone is sort of Woo! Yep. Everyone is dead. Yeah, I think just braking a little bit earlier than I normally would compared to GT3 is just better. Look, I'm happy where I am. I'm perfectly happy where I am. So it's a 14 lap race. People will take themselves out naturally. I just gotta keep my pace not too slow. It should be okay. Porsche Cup does not disappoint. Yeah, from my Watkins 6-hour experience, I know that you can run outside of the track quite wide there. Yeah, when I'm turning in there, there's a lot of understeer. See, this is where having a better wheel really helps me because I can feel when I'm inducing that understeer. Let's get on the inside of him.
2.776. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
Okay, he outbraked himself. You know what? I do have to lift a little bit there. I'm just not confident enough to go flat out. Or at least not for my level.
Slow car on the left. You got a slow car on the left. Go left.
Oh dear God. That was messed up. The guy spun into me, dude. Nothing I could have done. Nothing I can do, nothing I can do. I have to move. There's another guy. Let him move. Oh man, that was so good. We went from 20th to 13th and then back down to 22nd. And 4 incident points which I did not ask for. How could I have avoided that? Could I have gone on the outside instead? Probably. But then again, the thing with Porsche Cups is they are just naturally unpredictable when they slide. Yes, the natural rule of sliding does apply. When a car spins, you should generally point toward the outside, but in that case, it seemed like the car was sliding outward because the Porsche is butt heavy. So when it slides, the Porsche Cup is an exception. In most cases, the Porsche will slide toward the rear side, but in this case, it did not, which is unfortunate. No, the guy was already sideways. He was sliding rearward, and then I think he got back on throttle, and yeah, he just slammed into us. Real shame, real shame. No, this is bad news because now I need to actually get in the top 15 at least, or else I will have to do this again.
7.83.
Because you don't get championship points for being in the 21st place. You have to be a certain position and higher. So we do have to catch up and make some positions. Okay, you know what? Just keep it confident on the limit. I can go flat out. But my lap times are pretty bad. I'm 30 seconds away from P1. No thanks to that stop. Yeah, the Marvin's iRacing app is really helping me out, especially in these kinds of, I would say, manual cars. Manual as in, it's very raw. It's very unassisted. There's no traction control. There's no ABS to help you out. It's very driver focused, driver centric. It's all up to you to keep it under control. And having that extra bit of feedback when you're understeering, when you're oversteering, when you're reaching the lateral grip limit, really does help. Like when I'm turning, there we go, I can feel that grip. So for instance, there are some corners where the moment I turn in, I'm understeering. Like this corner, for example, the moment I turn in, I'm understeering, which means I'm carrying a bit too much entry speed. So I take these cues as something I can do to change or adjust my approach for the next lap. Having that feedback really helps.
50.971.
Okay, so far just the points for the unwanted collision, but let's just keep it that way. I'm not gonna push too much, just brake early. I think, yeah, you can push the brakes on this car a lot. We are 2 seconds behind P1 as of now. There we go. The car likes to rotate, use that tendency to our advantage. Are we catching up? No, we're not. Here I was thinking those first 2 laps were going pretty well until it all till the game said, nope, you forgot what game you're in. This is iRacing. Something's always going to screw you over. Then again, we're definitely going to have to watch the tape on that one and sort of reassess the whole situation. Oh, I've binned it this time. Stop. Come on. Oh dear, I hit the wall. Oh, the input lag is so bad right now. No kidding. Is my wing still attached? That's what's important. Okay, wing is still attached. I think I got a bit too much torque on the rear. Exiting out of second gear there. Yeah. Is Marvin's app only for iRacing? Yes, it is only for iRacing. It's in the name. It's Marvin's awesome iRacing app. Of course it's for iRacing. Yeah, I think we will have to do another one of this race because of how much we've sucked on this. We're gonna lose a lot of I rating though, and a lot of safety rating as well. 6 is for A license, it's beyond the safe threshold. Four was the maximum we could have held to gain I rating. Anything above 4, we lose. There comes a point where you just wanna not overwork the tires too much. I see, that was a wrong approach there. There's a third or second gear corner, but I was entering it in 4th gear. To be safe, let me just exit it in 3rd gear. There we go. Point toward the exit curb in a straight line, then we apply the throttle. Yeah, no, I was feeling a bit of understeer. I had to shuffle it. Oh gosh, 47 seconds to P1. I'm gonna have a hard time catching up if I'm able to at all. I'm gonna make any gains at this rate. I am literally gonna have to expect the front of the pack to make mistakes of their own. But seeing as to how close the pack is, I wouldn't be surprised if there is more carnage, more DNFs. Also, look at the temperatures. It's very rare you see temperature like this in iRacing. 48-degree track temperature. That is properly hot. Which explains why the track is particularly slippery. Someone's binned it on the next corner. But well, we're back to where we started, T20. I'm just gonna keep it in 3rd gear. Don't need to push the exit too much. Yeah, the input lag is really not helping me at all. I do not know what has happened. I literally was playing iRacing last night. It was fine. Nothing wrong with it. A bit too soon. My lines are so sloppy. We should be about halfway through the race. That's bad. Oh, that wasn't track limit. Okay. Thank God. Yeah, it does look like halfway through the race. just don't want P1 to lap me, that's the only thing. I'm still trying to find a good line through here where I can still keep it flat out. Because I'm understeering over the left-hander, getting too close to the wall. I don't want to do that. But yeah, there is a massive, massive input delay. The input delay is terrible. Really got to get that fixed before the next time we get a drive. Ooh, there we go. Inching closer to P19. Right, again, I'm falling into my same bad habits of holding the brakes for too long while I turn. It's not helping me at all. And in a car like this where being delicate is super important, we can't afford such sloppery. Yeah, late apex. There we go. Curb it. Pretty nice. Because of the compression on the first right-hander there, you get more rotation than you expect, so that's why it's easy to kind of slide into the wall before you turn left. Just point for caution, I suppose. Yeah, that coupled with the insanely high temperatures isn't really helping us out here now, isn't it? Next NEC is 6 hours. Oh yeah, I noticed I was checking the schedule and I noticed it is 6 hours. I mean, listen, for the past 2 NECs, for 4 attempts, I've miserably failed to even finish the race with the Porsche Cup. I barely did above 2 hours. I barely survived for over 2 hours. For the 6-hour one, I would really love to solo it as well with the Porsche Cup. But I would really need to practice. When is the next NEC again, Raven? It should be after TGR. So I should have time to practice. I should have no excuse. Given that I'm finally catching up near to top split times with the Porsche Cup at the Nürburgring, there's literally no excuse for me to be sloppy with it. I think someone spun. Yep, someone spun. Someone spun in turn 1. Okay, this guy up ahead is a bit clumsy, but he is quick. It's Mr. Cranston. Ooh, you feel that understeer rumble. Another victim up ahead. Yep, bit of tire smoke there. Someone's gone off.
You got a slick car on the right.
yeah. It wants to slide off whenever there's compression. 9 seconds to P16. I think even though I'm very slow, I feel like this could have been a top 10 if we didn't crash on lap 2 there. It could have been a pretty easy top 10 if we did not get into trouble on lap 2. Because we literally went from P20 to P13 at that time, avoiding all those carnage, all those incidents. If we'd have just stayed there. There we go, just throwing him off a little bit. This guy's known for being a little sloppy here and there. So we'll try to use it to our advantage. I'm just braking too late for that, I feel, because I'm carrying way too much speed. I can't really depend on gravity. 50 seconds to P1. Ugh. That's embarrassing. Oh, he's pushing now. Will you be doing the 6-hour NEC driven? With the GT3, I assume? Yeah, he struggles in the final corner, the final sector, from what I can see. That was a horrible turn 1. Thing is, I know I can push the brakes, but I don't want to. I really don't want to. Can't afford it. We are gaining to P16 though, ever so slightly. And again, let's just minimize the incidents. Heavy on the throttle. So again, see what I mean by I'm braking way too late. I'm compromising my mid-corner speed and almost bumped into that guy. So just brake at the second cone, not after it. Don't need to risk it. Get a smooth entry here. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. I am not mad, I'm disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not. I said I'm not. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Fine. 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 It's fine. I'm fine. It's fine. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. It's fine. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares, right? Give me a penalty. Yeah, give me all the penalties, iRacing. Come on. Who cares? Yeah. Who cares? I'm only trying my best here. I'm only being super clean. God forbid a man tries best to be clean and get punished anyway. God forbid. They're fine. It's fine. It's fine. Perfectly fine. There we go. Braking a little bit earlier helps me slow down a little bit better, and allows me to get on the throttle to rotate the car toward the exit. A bit sketchy. Don't exactly favor it. But it does work, and I'll take it. We are up to 10 incident points, 8 of which were not our fault. 2 times 4s, which were uncalled for. Well, the collision was kind of, a racing incident. Fine, I'll take it. Me spinning, fine, I'll take it. 6 incident points, but that 4.
0.335. Just check the fastest lap of the
Nah, I ain't having that. I avoided him. I clearly avoided him. We'll have to check the tapes. Check the tape on that one. Was it lap 10, was it? Lap 9, end of lap 9. Also, yep, my L bar is dancing around in the again in the red. Yeah, the temperature is really high. Tires are sliding around. 6 seconds to P16. If only I can sort of catch up to him. That'll be good. Yeah, it's going to be a huge aerating tank for this one. It sucks, man. It sucks when you try so hard to be clean and you still get slapped around like this. Turn in early above the hill. There we go, there we go. Gentle with that second gear. Lovely. Bit of a slide. Should not have bumped that first curb. You gotta keep your hands very, very light through this whole sector. You have to let the car turn itself. The compression will rotate the car for you. You don't really have to force it. Force it, that's when you will get understeer and oversteer, which you cannot control. When it comes to inducing a certain state of rotation in the car, you want it to be something that you can control, something that you can predict, just barely in a state that is recoverable. Oh, someone spun in the final corner. Seems like carnage, but not quite. Hoping for a little bit more. Oh, that was messy. Alright, I'll take a P17. But I do not at all like that 10 incident points. That is very, very bad for us. That is absolutely horrific. Yeah, massive, massive tank here. Massive tank. That it? Yep, checkered flag.
Alright, there's checkered flag. Okay, we'll get him next time.
We will get him next time. Once TGR is over, which TGR is going to be over on Sunday morning. So we have about Sunday evening and Monday, all of Monday, to still kind of do this. I do want to try to whip in a couple attempts of these and see what I can do. Now let's just see what the hell happened on lap 1 there. Okay, that was that lap 9 incident. Okay, that was the end of lap 8 incident, right? That was something that happened here. Times 4 where he spun, I believe. Was it this lap? Oh wait, no. It was I think it's this lap. It was the yellow guy that spun, right? It was this guy that spun. No, it's one more lap then. Okay, so it's the lap before this, lap 10. Should be right here. There we go. Okay, so there's him. There's me. He spins. Oh, come on. You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking, dude. You gotta be joking. Oh. Is that on me? Is that on me? Oh dear. That was very, very tight netcode. I mean, I could have gotten away with it. I literally squeezed as much as I can. I could have gone to the left a little bit. But at the time, I guess I assessed that, yeah, from my point of view, I would have assessed that he would have been away from the line of fire by the time I squeezed in here. And also, again, I did not feel any gthunk vibration contact from the FFB. So I assume nothing happened, but yeah. Netcode times 4 there. I mean, technically, I barely scraped by. There's one frame where I'm like sort of clipping into him, but that's because of the bad netcode. There's a single frame where my front right clips into his back left. But then I don't think I cause any momentum. I don't think I cause any harm. He is already on a trajectory into kissing Barry R. But yeah. I think for safety's sake, only thing I could have done was just swerve to the left a little bit. Risk picking up that, maybe just pick up that one incident point for going off track. There's nothing I could have done, but yeah, it's just really, really unfortunate that. Don't think I could have done. Yeah, this rate. Yeah, okay. If I did not want to have picked up a one incident point, I could have just braked a little bit. Because there's no one in front for me to fight, right? No one behind me as well. It's just getting past this guy. I don't lose or gain anything from just slowing down a bit. So I could have just, right here, I could have just braked a little bit, wait for him to get clearly out of the way, out of the line, our line of fire. And then I just slink in there. And that would not have been an incident. Now, what happened in lap 2? We had an absolutely mega start, by the way. Not perfect, but very, very close to it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that beautiful launch. We got past the carnage on lap 1 off the start. Immediately so many positions up. I take it conservative through here. This guy dives on the inside. I go wide, a little too wide. That is fine. Slipstream through here. There are cars going too wide, so there's something going to happen here. Something does. There we go. 3 cars get taken out. Miraculously. Woo-hoo-hoo! I nearly get taken out as well, because no one knows how to hold their brakes when they spin. Going 3 wide into the chicane. But then they tuck in back to 2 wide. Nicely controlled by this guy here. Okay, I think no drama here so far, I think. A bit of back and forth. This was all fine. This was all like, okay, I can just stay here. This will be fine. This will be good. I try to make a move, but he outbrakes me by a slight. But then again, I'm not confident on the brakes for turn 1. I don't want to risk locking up and going into the back of him. Too big of a risk. That guy goes wide. Clean past him. Okay, there we go. Carnage. There is carnage over here. Okay, at this point, let's assess what happened from my point of view. From my point of view, I'm coming in through here. Right, I see this guy going into the wall. So I know he's in the clear. But then these two are side by side. These two are side by side. I'm turning in. Okay, boom. This guy is turning in now. So now I'm having to slow down a bit. There we go. I'm on the brakes. I'm still on the brakes. I'm on the brakes because I'm still deciding where to go. Because from previous experience, like I said, I know Porsche, they tend to slide rearward, and this is a cambered part of the track, so it's less likely unless they still are applying throttle and trying to save the spin, they will slide forward. But as it was, yeah. So this guy is pushing this guy. So again, I was correct. He was sliding here. So a gap comes up here. The distance is closing in. I need to make a decision now. So my only thought process was, at this point, if I swerve here, by the time I reach here, he will come into contact with me. So the only logical second option was to go here, which I did. I really slowed down, right? I'm still on the brakes, I'm still modulating. It's still side by side for now, right? This guy is side by side. This guy is there, right? There's no one behind me. And then he loses control again, which is what really messes us up. Yeah, so this was a case of FU from iRacing and also from this guy. Poor him. It wasn't his fault. I mean, can't blame him. Yes, was it clumsy? Yes. Could I blame him? No. It's fine. This guy also gets into trouble. He tries to avoid it. He makes a bad call by going onto the inside as well. Yeah, also getting into the crossfire. He gets away, but I think that's definitely a ×4 for him too. Just iRacing that could. So it did seem like at the end of the day, the optimal choice was to just go on the hard outside. Yeah, to avoid all this, I could have just hugged the hard outside instead. Around the line. Because look at that. Clear. Yeah. Hard outside. I could have gotten 2 passes and still survived it. And because of this, I'm stuck in the middle here. Everyone can see I'm here. I can't even reposition myself. So I had to go forward, wait for everyone to go past, drop back down to last place, and then try to recover. So yeah, this is a terrible place to spin, because yeah, if there's traffic behind you, you just lose everything. Very, very unfortunate. So yeah, I mean, technically it was the right call for the first half. For the first half, it was the right call. We did go in, and it did stabilize. 2 front in side by side in the front, side by side in the rear. But then he spun again toward the inside, and that was where it was. There was just no safety gap. There was no buffer for me to maneuver. Even if I went off track, I think he would have still gone into the wall. Even if I went to the left, I would have hit the guy to my left. So I would have taken out 2 cars instead. So yeah, it was a sacrifice, a necessary sacrifice that needed to be done. Very unfortunate. Yeah, I'll take that. Tank. God damn it. -0.2, man. And that was okay. That was almost top split. That was second split. Not bad. What is top split doing, by the way? 47. 47. Oh. 47. Are you kidding me? I'm barely doing 50 lows. I'm 3 seconds slower. Jesus. 48.4. What am I doing? Did I get points? Oh, yes, I did. Okay, it counts. It counts. Nice. It counts for series completion because I got points. Lovely. Literally, if I got last place, then it would have. I would have had to do this again. P23 still gets points. Lovely. Good to know. I mean, 50.3 ain't so bad. Like I said, we did on lap 2 itself. We climbed to P13, and we could have maybe squeezed into the top 10 given the couple more incidents. I could have just held my pace there. And the field is pretty even too. 2K, 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 2K. Yeah, it's a very even field. It's 2K. 2K all throughout. So it's not unreasonable for having lost 30 I rating. We're still in 2K, which is good. But yeah, I do definitely need a bit more practice before I do more of these. Okay, my monitor is running at 165 FPS, right? Which is what is kind of bothering me. Why does the game run so goddamn awfully? Oh, look at this, you guys. Global Sports Car, 6 out of 8. GR86, 6 out of 8. 2 more. And we get money. Money. And there's a couple more, like I said, I wanted to try to complete, which is PCC and Porsche Cup, of course. 4 out of 8 for Porsche Cup, 4 out of 8 for PCC. And the only thing that I think we need moving forward, literally just 1 track. But because I need to buy in groups of 3 to get a discount, right? Next up is Mao. The Mao. The Mortepao. I need to Portimao. Portimao. And we don't have production car challenge this week. I did a couple of global sports cars at Mugello. This was pretty fun, honestly. Also, I've been messing around with a different driving style with the Optima, and I may or may not, I don't know. I may have figured out a different way to drive the car to extract a bit of lap time and to mitigate the understeeriness of the front wheel drive. I'll get on it later in a bit. Ooh, hang on. Oh no, okay, this is bad. This is bad. Oh dear, Portimao is this week. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, so if I want to complete production car challenge, I need to get Portimao this week and complete it this week. Oh, damn it. I ain't got the money though. I still have my $4 from last season, which I haven't used yet because... Damn it, I keep forgetting to use this. I mean, I do have, I do have Indianapolis and Portimao on the lookout right now. As for the third track, I could literally get anything, but preferably something that I think... It's a gamble. I'm not going to focus on anything to complete this season, but something that I hope will be used next season. Something like, I don't know, Monza, Interlagos, Zolder, Zandvoort. Could be anything, but that one wildcard track, right? Or should I just do like a public vote? What is the third track that I should get? I'm getting Mao just to complete 2 more extra series. So this season I can potentially complete 4 full series. And then Indianapolis is, of course, for the 6 hours of Indianapolis, which is next month in September, in mid-September, just to get that out of the way as well. And then the third track is just something that hopefully we can also utilize in the next season. Anyway, it is time. It has been an hour. We have about 3 hours left. I am currently in P19. Very good. I am currently P19, which is where I would normally be. Not surprising. I mean, on average, right? On any given day, I am just on average. Doesn't matter what car, what sim. I am just hovering in the top 20 of all sim racers in the country. Like, no matter what, I'm just there. So 85% brain power. I find myself in the top 20. And I'm actually really pleased with this. 46-2. Ooh, Raja has been pushing as well. Yongjin, this is defunct. He's not in the pro class. He did this for fun. Everyone else, though, yep, they are. Alvin, Keith. That's a kid. Another kid here. Jinbin, Wanafik, Iman Danish. So here's what's interesting. Notice how the top 10 barrier has significantly reduced now. Previously, a 45.9 was the limit to top 10, but now even that is not enough. Keith Moore here with a 45.992. So top 10 has effectively gone down to a 45.8. Imran, I don't even know if Imran is actually part of this or if he just did it for fun. I don't think he is. This guy is, it says he's Singaporean. I don't know if he's part of this. Again, I don't know. We have, of course, none other than the one and only Mr. Cajonius Imonius with a heckin' 145.3, an absolutely blistering lap time. Now, when I saw this lap, right, there's 3 people who have done it here. Unsurprisingly, Ethan, Nakib Aslan, 45.5, very reasonable. From my analysis, I did discover that it is possible to do a 45 low, which is what Mr. Taj did here. 45.6, 45.7, 45.7, 45.7, 45.8, 45.8. So it's very, very close to each other. I mean, Taj is an outlier. If you forget about Taj, there's literally like a 3/10 gap between the top 10. Between everyone in the top 10, there's like a 3/10 gap. That's just how close it is. It's so close. So again, there's 4 days left. It is Wednesday, my dudes, as of today. It is August the 6th. So as I mentioned, this is running till August the 9th. Yeah, this will run till August 9th. There we go. technically August 10th, which is on Sunday, 8 a.m. Uh, but we'd have to be really desperate. I mean, unless I'm not in the top 10 by Saturday night, then I will have to wake up very early on Sunday morning and spend those whatever amount of hours I have left before 8 a.m. and try to squeeze my way through, which is exactly what we're going to do. So, yeah, we are going to really push hard for this. I am kind of grateful now that I didn't get chosen to drive for the Tokyo Auto Salon race room endurance race because I have more time to do this now. So yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, I am, compared to Taj, about 9/10 behind the record, the lap record right now. Yeah, exactly 9/10, just under 9/10. So 1 second does not seem completely unreasonable. If I'm being honest, 1 second does not seem completely unreasonable. Now you have to expect that folks like literally everyone, pretty much everyone is going to be pushing for the top 10 anyway. I would say for sure, with certainty, Taj Aiman, Ethan, Nakib, Nabil, Ian Wong, pretty good, and of course Danny. I think the 6 of them, granted they might push even better as in the next 3 days, they are going to pretty much secure their spot in the top 10, right? They are pretty much guaranteed to stay in the top 10, which leaves with only 4 more spots in the top 10. I don't know if this Adam Heng guy is part of it, if he's legit. I don't know who the hell this is. Thomas Ong. He's very quick. A quick peek at his profile indicates that he's a pretty competent driver. Pretty competent. 2 years on iRacing, almost 3K A license, C license 1.8K on Formula. Pretty competent. Adam Harith, very competent as well, but he's fairly new. In fact, this is his first time on iRacing. Imran also, I have no idea if Imran is actually part of this or if it's for fun. So the wildcards that I'll say that have a shot at the top 10 for that 4 remaining spots. Badia, yes, definitely. Jinbin, yes. Wanafik, yes. The other child, yes. Keith Moore, definitely. Alvin, he's good, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to pass on Alvin. He's a good driver. He's a very, very good driver, but I'm going to pass on him. This guy also, no. We've got a shot. Raja has a shot. Raja's got a very, very solid shot. Azwira has a very solid shot. And last but not least, Iqbal Suji. So there are 8, realistically, there are 8 somewhat competent drivers around the same skill level fighting for 4 spots. So there's a 50% chance of all of us from the top 20 to get into the top 10. Is my mathing? Is my probability statistics making any sense to y'all? Am I making any sense? Am I waffling right now? Anyway, let's just jump right in. Let's just spend a bit more time with this. Before we do this though, I just want to kind of do a bit of story time. Yeah, it's been a long week. It's been a long week this week. I'm not exactly working at a new job, but it's the same job, but I'm working at a different place. So it's a bit more hands-on. It's a lot fun. It's more interesting. It's not just like a regular office job. I love me some manual labor, if I'm being honest. It's been interesting. It's been a good week. It's my first week so far. But yeah, and I'll be working there for the whole month at this new location. Pros and cons. Pros, it only takes me half an hour to get to work rather than the usual 2 hours. So I just drive to work 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I come back home 30 minutes. So I can sleep for a little bit longer, and I'm also back home after work like a couple hours earlier, which is amazing. Cons, there is no gym. There is no gym there, so I cannot go to the gym during my lunch break. So now during my lunch break, I actually have lunch now and I take a nap instead. And so I have to move my workouts for when I come home. And so far over the past week, how has that been going? Not according to plan. I haven't been working out all too well. I only have like a couple of dumbbells. That's all I have. But I have been just doing like stretches, mobility training, and whatnot. Doing my push-ups, using my dumbbells to do whatever. Today was supposedly leg day. Supposedly, if I were at the gym, I would have pushed my legs to the max, and they would be jelly right now, because Wednesday is leg day for me. But I did do like squats, and I did do like mostly mobility for my knees and my shins and my ankles and all that. But not nearly as hard as I did. And also, I just came home exhausted and I just fell asleep. I just slept for like an hour straight. Didn't have enough time to properly work out. I just whipped in a few. I did my neck. Did my neck yesterday, so my neck's feeling pretty good. Been a while since I did neck day too. Yeah, it's been tiring. So it's gonna be like that for the whole month. I'm still trying to kind of find a rhythm over the next 3 weeks. I want to utilize this extra time that I have because I can now do like 4-hour streams rather than 3-hour streams as I previously used to. So I'm gonna try to capitalize on that over the coming month, much as I can. Although I should be capitalizing it this week in particular for TGR. But yeah, like I said, I have been hard at work over the past couple of days, grinding this myself as well. Today's gonna be the first day where we are. I think it's the first ever stream where we're actually checking out the server, the conditions, the actual time attack. So yeah, let's just lay everything out. We are currently P17. We need to get to the top 10. Top 10 right now stands with the Danny at 45.8. I think safe to say, if we really want to be safe in the top 10, right? I think we need a 45.5, right? Assuming that everyone tries to push beyond 45.5, or if there are more people who push to the 45.5. 45.5 seems to be like the plateau benchmark, and then above that you have to really find that extra. There we go. Yeah, Kai Chang as well. I was just thinking about him. Kai Chang just said a 0.8, yeah, 45.8, which I think also puts him in the top 10 right next to you, right, Denny? So the top 10 is very, very narrow, within 3/10 of everyone, with Taj, of course, being an outlier. I wouldn't be surprised if the Aslans push a little bit more towards the weekend, though I doubt it, because there is a TGR race happening this weekend. They might be busy with that. Let's hope. You're net P8 at the moment. Net P8. Do you know for sure who is not part of the TGR thing? Because I don't know. The only two people I'm uncertain is, I don't know if this Adam Heng guy in P1, in P2, I don't know if Adam Heng is part of it, and I don't know if Imran is part of it. I don't know. Because Imran works for Excel. Last I heard, he did it for fun, just to see how we can do, but I don't know. Adam Heng is Singaporean, yeah, according to his profile. But like a couple of my friends know who he is, and I also have seen him. He's a go-karter. Thomas Song is part of the OG iRacing group, and they did this for fun. Oh. Wait, so, but he's Malaysian though. But is he doing this TGR? That's the thing. Okay, so Adam and Thomas are not part of TGR. And I would assume Imran isn't as well. So that leaves 3 people out of the top 10 right now. He and his friends are not going to race. Right, gotcha. So there's theoretically 3 people out of the top 10. Which leaves... Imran made the setup, I think. Yeah. Unsurprisingly. Man's a setup legend, man. Imran is an IRL race engineer, by the way. Fun fact, Imran is the one who makes the setups for the Papega team whenever we do endurance races and stuff. But not for me, because I barely take part in anything that the Papegas are up to. But like ERGP endurance that has happened previously, ERGP, any iRacing special events that they do with Axel and the Papegas are up to, Imran is the one who usually is our go-to setup guy. He does it for a living. He makes IRL setups for cars at Sepang. He's very, very knowledgeable. He knows his stuff. I've learned a lot from him. Just his yapping. And you can see the car feels great here. So I think, yeah, three people are out. But as I mentioned, I think The top three, definitely, I think Ethan, Aslan, Tajaiman, you, Danny, Kai Chang, and who's that other guy? There's like one other guy. I forgot who he is. There's 6 or 7 people who pretty much just have cemented their spot in the top 10, which gives a 50% chance for everyone who's not in the top 10 to get in the top 10 right now. So like I said, it's 8 people fighting for 4 spots. So it's very, very tight. It all just comes down to how quickly we can figure out what's right, what's wrong. But anyway, let's do an lap. Let me try to get as close to the best lap as I can. And then we'll just analyze it corner by corner. Let's take our time. It's okay. Yes, we are going to be taking about an hour just to analyze, but it's okay. Let's take our sweet time. Let's hope the track guide blessing, the track guide angel comes and bestows some heavenly grace upon us. Shall we get on with it, lads? Thomas was supposed to do time trial in club class with the other OG guys, but he did it in TT in pro by mistake. Dude, honestly, the fact that even the club drivers are setting 48.5s, 45.5, is it 45.5? Yeah, 45.5s is impressive, dude. Like the top 3 in club are like 45.5s. It's very, very impressive. Like Yongjin, there's a couple of other dudes as well. It's so damn good, man. But then again, club being club, you've got a bit of the Hotlapper syndrome, where they are competent in just outright pace, but they do get a bit skittish when it comes to racing side by side, as demonstrated in the past 2 races. To be honest, I'm 50-50 if I will race 3 at the moment, so let's see. Oh, what's the matter, dude? You've got something else going on race day on the 15th? To be honest, me too. If I get in the top 10, it's going to be a packed weekend, because the weekend of 15th and 16th, not only is it going to be the finals for this, but if I get in the top 10 of the MAM one, I'm also going to be at Sepang for that on the 16th. And there's like 3 races for that, and I need to practice for that as well, because it's arguably, I would say the competition is tighter there. I'm up against like serious race room veterans, Ayman, Hazik and the like, Iqbal and all those guys. If it's in the morning, then you're okay. Damn, that's a shame. I think it's gonna be in the middle of the day, man. From what it's been in the past, morning to afternoon, I think. I don't know. I've never done it. I've never been in the top 10 before. I can't relate. I don't have experience. Oh. Wait, you're doing the Unleashed Sim Racing semi... Okay, wait, yes, I just remember. I saw you on the leaderboard. You're P1 currently. Akil is behind you, right? Akil Safi is behind you. My boy. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there an age limit to that? Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't you as old as me? I'm 25. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I'm barely eligible. Okay. So you're using your birthday as the threshold and not the year. Is that it? By that logic, I should have been able to do it as well. Hey. We could have gotten P3, dude. P1, Akil P2, me P3. Sapu. Tak ada siapa ajak though. I saw the age limit. I'm like, damn it, I'm too old for this shit, dog. Oh, the opportunities that are gonna slink away for us. The opportunities that are gonna slink away from us next year onwards, man. I can't apply for TGR rookies anymore. I can't do Porsche Cup esports anymore. I can't do all these other so-called youth esports championships. I can't do any of that. Literally all that we have is TGR, race room if they have any for MAM, and then that's about it. Oh yeah, qualifiers are still open until this weekend, aren't they? Priorities, mate. Papa. Yeah, Okayama. Totoya. Okay, FPS is still god awful right now. Why am I still getting 90 FPS? Oh dear god, why is the FPS garbage right now? Also, if you look at the bottom left here, if you take a little peeky poo, my optimal is a 45.9. So I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I have set a decent lap, right? I'm there. But like I said, right now, to be completely safe, we need about half a second, at least half a second. Half a second would put us in 46.2, 46.1, 46 flat, 46.9, 46.8, 46.7. Yeah. I need a full half a second to be safe. Safe, like just borderline safe in the top 10. And I would need anywhere between half a second to a second more to be completely unbothered. If I can get anywhere between half a second to 1 second. 1 second, hey, I'm already up there with Taj, so nothing to worry about. But anything less than 1 second still should be very, very decent enough. So right now, we are dealing with microscopic differences. We're talking about turning in points. We're talking about 1 kilometer an hour of difference in minimum speeds. We're talking about not scrubbing the tires just a little too much or just too little. We're talking about braking at the exact same spots. We're talking about getting the rotation exactly where we want it, when we want it, getting on the throttle at the exact right spot, making sure we get on the throttle as early as we can without losing grip, without understeering and carrying all the speed on the straight. We're talking about all these tiny, minute details and perfecting the lap, all which adds up to that 1 second. That's what we're talking about here. So, shall we do a lap? Conditions, 42 degrees, toasty, very hot. But from our experience, we do know that the GR86 does favor a slightly toasty track. 42 degrees is a little too hot for its own taste, right? Because technically there is no tire wear or fuel use here. But on cold tires, in these kind of temperatures, you are kind of running in the optimal temperature range for 3 or 4 laps. And then beyond that, you have diminishing returns where you actually kind of top off in your first 3 laps. And then you're just going to have you're just going to be 2 to 3 tenths slower just from the lack of grip from the tires being slightly beyond the optimal range. From my few experimentations, right? Like this 46.2 that I did, that was like in less than 10 laps. Before this, I did a 46.5 and that was on my first ever lap. 2 laps where it's good on temps. After that, it won't turn. Exactly. Okay, so I wasn't imagining things, right? Yeah. So even though it is a fixed setup condition, the temperature still plays a role. Like on this out lap, you still get cold tires, cold brakes, all those. It's very realistic, yeah? But it limits itself, and you do have to take into account once you go beyond the temperature, you will get a bit of extra slip. You will get oversteer in places where you don't want to. You will get understeer in places where you don't want them to. So you won't be able to carry as much minimum speed. So the right way to approach this, I found, is we do anywhere between 5 to 6 laps, quit, restart. And I think it's a good practice to do that. Let's try to do that. 5-6 laps, restart. 5-6 laps, restart. And we analyze our performance in every stint. Let's just consider these as stints. And we see where we can make amends, where we can make improvements. So we just keep ourselves within that optimal temperature window. So we're not really overcooking the tires. So we don't have to worry about pushing it too much. Right? So, first lap. Here we go. Let's warm up the brakes a little bit.
You've upset the officials with your slow driving. Your lap times will be deleted until you reset the car and try again.
I just got off the start line, my guy. Give me a break. Give me a break. God forbid a man wants to start driving. Jeez. Here we go. Let it go for a hot lap start here. Use all the track there. So that was a bit of tire scrub. Don't like that. Let's get on the finish line. 163 kilometers per hour. Pretty decent. Scrubbed a bit of speed there. minimum speed way too much there. Want to brake just before the sand barrier. Yeah, it's very, very important to wait for the rotation before you get on throttle, or else the understeer will just pull you off wide. The hairpin of Okayama turn 5 is very, very unique and interesting. Now that I've studied it a little bit. I'm gonna brake just before that junction box. Get that rotation gently in there. Ease it through there. Carry that momentum through the downhill sector. Gently lift through there. Squeeze through there. The real official Joe. Don't do it, don't do it, don't say it, don't say it. It's right there, don't say it. Joe, I'm sorry, but... We're driving at Okayama. Don't say it. Don't say it. I'm driving at Okayama. With... Joe Mama. I'm sorry. I had to say it. It was right there. It was dangling in front of me like a carrot. I'm sorry. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Scrub. Don't scrub. Don't scrub. Don't scrub it. Welcome in, my friend. Happy Wednesday. There we go. Get on that curb. Nice and smooth. So this is very much a car that responds to smooth driving inputs. The smoother, the better. Come on, boy. Very, very smooth. Very smooth, yeah? I couldn't hold it in. The joke was sitting right there. Hold up. No. He does it again. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Lap 2 is optimal. Lap 2 is optimal, and then it falls off. It's been 3 times now. I've set my fastest lap on lap 2. Am I wrong? Optimal is down a couple tenths to 45.8. Yeah, my optimal is where you're at right now, Denny. I'm very, very close. You know what? All right, boys. We're 7 tenths to the record. 7 tenths to Mr. Imonius. I'm gonna keep it there for now. 46 flat on my first attempt. I wasn't even trying. I'm tired, dude. My brain is at 75% capacity. Can you imagine? Oh my god. If I did 46 flat on 75% brain capacity. Imagine if I was at 100% brain capacity. Engage wrinkle brain. Oh, imagine if where's my, damn it, I don't have my secret weapon as well today. Ooh. I don't have my protein with me. I don't have my protein. That is fantastic. Let us analysis the lap. Right? Can we do some analyzing? That was beautiful. That was mwah. That was mamma mia. And that was with garbage FPS. That was with... That's a lie, by the way. It says 100 FPS up there, but in reality, I'm getting like a choppy 45, 60. Good thing I didn't press the balaclava. You better not. Not now, not now. I'll be sorry. I just want to keep my composure. Oh, look at that. We have a couple more hours to go. All right. Shall we... how do I... Is this the lap? Is this the lap? Oh, okay, no, okay. So it's this lap. Okay, this lap. All right. Let us do the thing where we look at the lap. Can I el controlar with my? Oh no, that is for race room. I have to press this manually. All right, cool. So here's a better than average lap of Okayama. With the GR86 looking heckin' amazing so far. Yeah, we're rocking the Pepega only chance livery, plus 2 horsepower from that. Love that. Shout out to Draven for whipping up this absolutely gorgeous livery. Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that! The fact that I have Draven put my Twitch on the back here. This actually netted me a couple followers. There were a couple folks who were like, while we were in the race, they were like, "Oh, I saw your Twitch on the back of the car, so I just thought I'd stop by." And they were so sweet. It was so funny. Never would have thought. All right. So now just thinking about the lap as a whole, right? That was a good lap. That was a pretty good lap. A couple things to note. This is just personal weaknesses that I've taken note of in all my time of driving this car. I hold the brakes for too long. I hold the brakes for far too long, and because of that, I get understeer as I'm turning in. So I need to work on sort of my string theory approach, where the more I turn, I need to brake less. This car needs to really... You need proper application on trail braking. And this car, it does not like braking while turning. It does not like braking while turning. And you need a bit of a go-kart-ish mentality where you have to preserve momentum through the corners. Not much so with the brakes, but more with the throttle. Because again, this is a very, very strong car in terms of mechanical grip. It's got a lot of mechanical grip, very stable through the medium and high-speed corners. It's got a rear wing. The differential is not completely locked, so you get a decent amount of rotation. But by inducing different points of or different amounts of throttle in different stages of the corner, you can induce oversteer or understeer. It's very easy to manage, but then again, Okayama has a bit of funky elevation changes here and there. Most notably, in this hairpin here, it's a large banked corner. And of course, the big kicker is this part here where you have a big blind crest where it falls off, where you have to kind of cut the inside curb to take a smoother line. But if you do, it bumps the car and you lose a bit of momentum. So it's a bit of a sacrifice. You need to carry the speed and bump the car. But the speed has to be high enough so that when you attack the curb and lose momentum, you will still be fast enough than taking it wide and not going over the curb. So it's kind of a weird compromise, but it needs to be done. Same thing with the following right-hander. It's just a quick lift, carry momentum. Same thing with these double hairpins here. Carry momentum, carry minimum speed. And of course, the final two right-handers as well. Carry momentum, carry momentum. It's all about momentum in these corners. They are long corners, and it's a slow car. The slower the car, the more momentum matters in maintaining that minimum speed higher. And that applies pretty much everywhere in this track. Turn 1, long corner. Turn 2, long corner. Turn 3, the longest corner. Very much matters. You mess turn 3 up, you lose up to 2 to 3 tenths down the straight. It's very, very tricky to get right, but if you do, you get a lot of time here. Turn 4, a rather long hairpin as well. Turn 5, turn 6, it's you consider this as one corner, one big corner, right? Because your entry here will affect your exit here. This one, long hairpin here, long hairpin, both of which you can kind of consider quite blind. because this goes uphill as well. Elevation change here. This one goes uphill a little bit as well. Elevation change here. Bit of an elevation change just before you turn left here, goes downhill. And then this is the only kind of discrete corner where you just kind of slow down and just prioritize the exit, prioritize the late apex, and just gun it on the exit, right? Honestly speaking, I think this could have been a 45.9. I did lose 3/10 on these final two corners here. And also here, this second hairpin, I did not swing left enough. So I did lose 1/10 and I lost another 10th on the final corner because I was at 0.2, but then it dropped to 1.8. So yeah, we're there. Hey, 46 flat, good enough, right? Okay, so keeping that in mind, this car, let's make a quick checklist, right? This car, what it likes, what it doesn't like. It likes holding momentum. It prefers holding momentum. Also, Nat. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm just yapping. Welcome in, Nat. I'm no doctor of Apex, Nat. If anything, I'm patient of Apex. You're the Dr. Apex. I know, Dr. Boy. I'm a patient. Right? This car likes momentum. It likes slowing down in a straight line. It likes sensitivity upon trail braking. Right? It doesn't like being aggressive. You cannot be aggressive with this. It likes being smooth. The car needs very, very smooth inputs. As you saw that lap we did earlier, we were just kind of, I wasn't even like trying to fight the wheel. I was letting the car do its thing, trying to find the grip. Also, another thing that it likes is you need to be patient for rotation. So it's not all about, sometimes when you're, Suelio talks about this in his book, right? The difference between driving the car and the difference between driving the line. Driving the line is you visualize the racing line. Okay, brake here, turn here, hit the apex here, go wide here. When you're driving the line, you're just arbitrarily positioning the car in a way that fits that perfect imaginary line that you've thought up of. But in reality, when you do that, you may not be utilizing the car's full grip, accelerating, and rotational capabilities. So basically saying, if you drive the line, if you just imagine a line and you just stick to that line, like, oh, my lines are perfect, my lines are clean, why am I still slow? Because even though your lines were perfect, there are points where you are not on the limit of the car. So that's where you have to start driving the car. Driving the car is when you have an idea of how the racing line is supposed to be like, but because you're driving the car and not the line, you're pushing the car to approach its own limit as you are driving that line. Sometimes, in fact, most times when you drive the car, that perfect racing line might not even be what you thought the racing line was. Sometimes you turn in a bit later, sometimes you turn in a bit earlier, sometimes you brake a bit earlier, sometimes you brake a bit later. It depends on a car per car basis, on a track or a corner per corner basis. It depends on a lot of factors. Mostly it depends on the car you're driving. But whatever it is, you should step away from the assumption that, oh, I know the line should be easy. I'm driving the line. Why am I still slow? It's because if you drive the line, purely drive the line, and if you can perfectly hit the line again and again and again, you're under driving the car. Simple as that. Simple fact. Too clean, too smooth ends up being slow because you're just slightly under the limit at any given point in time. And as a result, you're not pushing the car to its limit, right? So again, like the metaphor that I often use, 85% capacity, you're just about hovering there, 85, 90%. That extra 10%, that is when you start actually pushing for that grip, trying to find that grip in the corners. Maybe try turning in a little bit more on corner entry. In the mid corner, try turning it a bit more, see if it understeers. Right? Try carrying in a bit more speed, try braking a little bit later, move your references around here and there, experiment. And when you start pushing the car around that line that you've pre-conceptualized, that's when you start to notice that, oh, I can actually find a lot more pace through here. I can actually carry a lot more speed through here. And that line might change a little bit, you know? Sometimes you can still use the same perfect line, but carry a lot more speed just by pushing the car a little bit more. So it's all about finding that extra bit of speed through the corners. So you have to drive the car. A very, very good example is hairpin. This hairpin turn 5 right here. The approach here, the approach for the hairpin, I mean, even for turn 2 actually, the left-hander, even for turn 2, but the hairpin is most notorious because it follows a long straight before afterward. So for the hairpin, right, the idea is you want to get on the throttle as early as possible while you're holding maximum rotation. There we go. Already, right here. Right here, I'm on throttle already. Look where we are on the track. We barely turned in. The apex is like somewhere here, but I'm just about turning in, just about hitting it, and I'm already almost full throttle. Right? It was a bit too tight of a line, but still. Point is, maybe ideally I should have been on the throttle sooner, even earlier. Ideally I should have got on the throttle even earlier. That's the thing. But it all depends on that initial turn in that I just did here. As I'm turning in, there we go. You see how my car is leaning towards the corner? So I can't get on the throttle until I've gotten that rotation. So you really have to be patient and feel what the car is doing. Because if you're driving the line and you say, okay, I trail brake till here, once I reach this point here, this reference here, I accelerate. But if you are unaware of the car's rotational position or how much the car is rotated at that point in time, maybe it hasn't rotated enough and you're getting on throttle, you're going to understeer wide and lose a lot of speed. Like I said, 2-3 tenths down the straight. But if you get that rotation properly by trail braking properly as you're braking in here, yeah, if you trail brake properly, there we go. That was nice and smooth. Dropped it nice and smooth, nice and quickly. Beautiful there. So I got that rotation that I was looking for, and I was able to smoothly, already right here, right next to this fire hydrant here, on throttle, and I'm easing it out. Beautiful. And I'm able to keep a tight line through here. Late apex at this DRS point here. Beautiful. See my point? You see how it all adds up? You see how it all adds up? If you get that rotation, if you need to wait for the rotation. A lot of times people say, oh, make the car rotate. Always keep trail braking. It's true to an extent, but you also have to remember car per car basis. This is a momentum car. And the priority is to get on throttle as quickly as possible because again, there's a lot of mechanical grip. You have to understand that you can go flat out as early as the start of this curve. You can go flat out, fully flat out, which means your trail braking point should come to about at least here, and your maximum rotation should be just a little bit after that, and then you're full throttling and you're keeping a tight line over the whole hairpin. That's the idea. But you can only do that if you've reached that maximum rotation about here. If you don't, you will understeer. If you get too much rotation, you will go over this curb and cut the grass a bit, again, which will drop your momentum. So you need to really understand what the car is doing at any given point in time. So if you need to combine both mindsets of driving the car and driving the line, you know this is the line. You know you have to accelerate here, go flat out. But at the same time, you have to push the car to that line, push the car so that it does reach your markers, and make sure you are able to get it rotated enough the right way so it can make the corner and carry as much minimum speed, as much momentum through the corner as possible. Right? So that's the idea with this car. Be very, very smooth, very, very gentle, prioritize rotation, utilize the fact that this car is very mechanical on its grip behavior. Play to its strengths. Really, really play to its strengths. Right? So now that I've yapped for long enough, let us get on with the track guide. Also, what have I missed, Nat? I'm so sorry. The way I talk, I sound so much like a doctor now. Nah. Speaking of doctorates, my mom has been bugging me to get a doctorate in psychology. But I'm like, I don't wanna study. It's like I don't mind studying on my own. I love reading. I love studying. But if you ask me to study to like get a master's degree, I'm like, I can't be bothered, dude. I can't be bothered. I don't want to go through that again, dude. I dread having to do research. Academic research is the worst. Oh, the pedals. Yeah, you have the same sentiment too, right, Nat? That's how we teach your karting students. Stop driving clean. Stop driving like F1 drivers. Yeah, that is a common plague with the current generation. They're like, oh, I'll drive like Max Verstappen, dive bomb. Oh, Lewis Hamilton, switchback. It's like, yes, it's a technique, but it doesn't necessarily translate well into karting or in sim racing because F1 cars are here, and then like karting is like here, off screen. Like you can't see it. My hand is all the way there. It's just yin and yang. Alright? And then you have GR86 down here, which is like yong. Alright? And then you have like Porsche Cup, which is like yang. So you have yin, yong, yang, and yang. And then all the other vowels in between. Right? And then you have yeehaw in the middle. That's like GT3. Whereas Cyberpunk falls into the spectrum. Cyberpunk is not even on the yin yang spectrum. Cyberpunk is on like the what is a Cyberpunk tagline? What is Johnny like saying? Damn it, I forgot. Also, welcome in Sunil. It's been a while. I miss Cyberpunk, dude. I miss Cyberpunk. It's a good game. Feel the track, feel the car, become the apex. Ah. Find out where the car's losing grip because it becomes an indication of pushing too hard. Yep, exactly. And in this car, it's very easy to tell because this car practically never oversteers unless there is a drastic elevation change, which mostly happens here in turn 7, this right-hander. There's a big steep elevation change on this blind left here. Preem. Yes, preem, troom. Yes, right. One steep elevation change here. Everywhere else is pretty much just gradual elevation changes. You don't feel it as much. So it's the only point where you kind of get a bit of extra slip on the rear. Everywhere else, this car, you'll be battling with its understeer and mitigating the understeer. And you feel it immediately. You feel it immediately when you're turning and you're not quite turning. You feel that scrub. That scrub on the tires will really drop your momentum. It will really drop your momentum. Yeah. Triple money, baby. Oh yeah, I completely forgot this was down here. Like this thing. Oh boy. Yeah, we're still a long way from it, dude. We're still a long way from it. Like I just got this new wheel. It's been like a month now we've been using this and I haven't really gotten the best out of it yet. I'm still kind of adapting. I'm still learning. I don't have time, Arthur. I ain't got no damn time. I wish I could just sim race all day, man. I want to just maximize my skill, dude. There's so much more for me to learn. Anyway, we definitely do, man. We definitely do. There are quite a few people on the marketplace, on the Facebook, who are selling off like their entire triple screen rigs. In fact, there is one guy who is selling a triple screen rig with my exact monitor. So which would be awesome. I can just have 2 more of the exact same monitor already. With the stand and everything, that'll be dope. But yeah, stronger GPU. Ooh, definitely. Definitely looking into a 9070 XT in the future. If I could perhaps like sell my current card and get it. Because right now, yeah, I don't know why. Like right now, our FPS is awful. Like just today. Yesterday was perfectly fine. Yesterday I was getting 165. I was getting 165 FPS yesterday. Now it's 100. So bad. Anyway, divest thine finances. Yeah. Muchos gracias. Much gracious. Do I still have coffee? Yes, I do. Okay. Also, Nat, before you hopped in, Sunil as well. Just for a bit of context to this lap, right? Before y'all hopped in, this is TGR round 3. This is the leaderboard so far. Yesterday, after a few laps, I managed to set a 46.2 from a 46.5. So I went from top 20 to now top 18. But yeah, we were 17 just now, but we're 18 now, which I think because of... Who is it again? Kai Chang is not here, I think. Barely. Oh, wait, where is he? Okay, Kai Chang is supposed to be here. I think Kai Chang would have kicked out Imran by this time. You lost 60 FPS? Can I check my temperatures? Oh no, my temperatures are fine. Pearl is running fine. My girl's running fine. She's no issue with her. She is perfectly fine. Thing is, in iRacing, the GPU utilization is quite high. The GPU utilization is quite high. Is it task? Task. If I go to performance, yeah, if you look at the GPU, my 3D rendering is at 95%. GPU memory is using up all 16 of the gigabytes. It's using all of it. Is it? Wait, no, it's using half of it. There's an issue where his time only shows on the relative standings, not the first time. Oh, right. Yeah, I saw his issue there. Thing is, it happened to me as well. Yesterday when I set this 46.2, right? The whole night it didn't reflect it. It only showed it on the relative here. But tonight when I came and saw before the stream, it did update it. So maybe it's just the time. Maybe it's just you need some time for it to reflect in here. Okay, for me it did reflect instantly. That's strange though, that's strange. Could be a network thing, I don't know. Okay, so Kaichang should be theoretically in the top 10 as well. So like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 guys who I would say guaranteed top 10. 3 more spots remaining, which are these outliers. Adam, Thomas, Imran. Outliers. So that puts us currently in P16. So literally, okay, so this 46 flat that I did just now, was my first lap. It was my first lap. Second lap. I did 1 out lap, and then I did 1 hot lap, and then I instantly beat my record by 2/10, and that should put us in P16, just ahead of Alvin. And that puts us right at the edge of the 45s. So we need to find another 7/10 at least. 7/10 at most, half a second at least, right? So that's the context, a bit of context for y'all. What's the temperature? The temperature is very, very very hot. I mean, it's not hot at all, honestly. Like, my cooling is more than adequate. How do I check temperature again? Also, look at this. Utilization, 98%. So it is being maxed out right now. Wait. Oh? What's this? The game got scared when I pulled up Task Manager. Task Manager, I'm keeping you here. What is this? Oh, what is this? What's this? What is that? Look at the FPS. I just have to bully the game into giving me more FPS then. God damn it. Piece of crap iRacing. You absolute shite. Come on. I just have to bully the game into giving me more FPS. Like, where's my FPS? Don't make me call Task Manager. Don't do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull up Task Manager. Don't do it. Don't make me do it. Hey, up. Get up. Hey, it dropped again. What's up with that? Huh? Also, look at this 3D spike here. It dropped from 90 to 50%, and that's why I'm getting 90 FPS. Why did it drop though? I am not computer. Why is my computer not computing? Thermal throttling? Oh wait, there it says temperature here. Do you see it? 61 degrees. Which is not that hot. Kinda, right? Is it a thermal? CPU temp. CPU. I have no idea. But my CPU is barely running. My CPU is like less than half. CPU is barely running, less than half. Because iRacing is a graphically intensive game. Or what's the deal? It's just saving on frames. For what reason though? How do I say no, don't run at 50%? I bought all of the GPU. I want to use all the GPU. Give me all the FPS. I want the FPS. I want the frames. I don't want none of that frame gen shite. Give me all of it. Because it doesn't need to use full power. Give me full power. I paid for full power. I deserve Full power. More power, baby. Give me all the power. More power to me, am I right? Okay. Anyway, I'm yapping for far too long. Hot lap, Okayama, let's go. Turn 1. Very simple. It's not working. Okay, I forgot. I have to manually use my mouse. Anyway, turn 1. Very simple. Coming to turn 1. Braking reference for turn 1. It's unfortunate that this bloody Dunlop board is blocking the view. But the idea is, let me just get to chase cam so we have better view. There we go. Marker. You have a lot of markers here. Usually, if you're in any other car, you'd use this fire hydrant. You use the Dunlop board. Fire hydrant here. You also have a couple of these white boards here on the side of the track. So you can either use this second board after the fire hydrant, right? This is a reliable reference, which would bring it to about right here, which is exactly where you want to start applying the brakes. Or if you're more visual, or if this is not obvious enough, you can use this blue hole. Hey, look who it is! God damn! Welcome in, water. Welcome in. Welcome in, my guy. Perfect timing, everyone. Perfect timing. JT's Garage, Coco Crusty. Welcome in. Speaking of crusty cocoa, I have some, not crusty cocoa, I have some liquid cocoa. Liquid cocoa. Welcome in. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the raid, water. Hope you had a good stream. That'll do. It'll do indeed. God knows I need some energy. Darius, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, buddy. Thank you for bringing all your friends here. What were you up to? What have you been up to? Have you been partaking in racism today? Have you got your healthy dose of racism, perhaps? If not, you're welcome to get your daily dose of racism right here. We are doing an hot lap guide of Okayama, your mama Yama, with the GR86 here. And we're just beginning because I've been yapping for far too long. But yeah, it wasn't just like pure yapping. I have been talking some sense, kinda. I don't know. You take what's of value. We are doing the TGR round 3 qualifier, which is happening in Malaysia, and I'm in the pro class, which is the professional. Basically shooting myself in the foot because I'm up against some of the best in not just the country but in the world. So yeah, it's hard, and I need to get the top 10. Right now I am top 16, so we need to find an extra half a second. And I thought I'd do a proper hot lap because I've never done a proper hot lap, proper track guide of Okayama because I've never done a track guide of Okayama. And literally on the benchmark lap that I so-called just did for fun, just to kind of get an idea and then do a quick guide, I ended up beating my record by a couple tenths. Funny enough, I'm at a 46 flat. Record is 45.3, so we're only 7 tenths away from the record. Very, very close. Kangas, thank you so much for the follow. Kangas, that sounds familiar. Kangas. Sounds like a Pokemon. Isn't there a Kangas? A Pokemon called Kangas? Wait, no, that's Kangas Khan. That's a Mongolian Kangas, yeah. Like, Genghis Khan, Kangas Khan. Yeah, that Pokemon is probably your Mongolian cousin. There's also the Reno Kangoo. Short for kangaroo. Welcome in, folks. Anyway, so yeah, I just started the lap. New fastest lap here. So coming into turn 1, a lot of things to consider. Been fixing your PC for the past 40 minutes, and you thought you gave up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, let's get on with the track guide. I've been delaying it for far too long. So turn 1, as I mentioned, this board is a more accurate reference because here's the thing with Okayama. You can go on YouTube. There are several lap guides of Okayama on the internet, right? Several, right? The thing is, a lot of the time the conditions at which the hot laps are sent will be different. In previous seasons, anything that is 10 months or a year or longer uh, of the Okayama track guide, the GR86, the temperatures are lower. In fact, the fastest ever lap with the GR86 here is a 41. I believe even in the past years, someone has done a 39. 139, 40, 41, 42 are lap times that have been done. Last season, I did a 44 and a 43. Right? So something in the physics have probably changed. The temperature has probably changed. Also, if you notice the temperature we're in right now, it's 42 degrees Celsius. It is hot. It is very hot. It is Malaysia. It's not Malaysia. This is India hot. This is middle of Africa, Sahara Desert type hot. Right? You can see the heat waves wobbling around. You know, if you just look at the static camera, it's very, very hot here. It's very, very hot. So you have to take in mind that yes, the temperatures will allow for a bit more slipperiness in the tires, which means you won't be able to carry as much minimum speed through the corners, which means you will have to pull back your braking references ever so slightly to compensate for that, which results in a slight loss of time, right? So some guides on YouTube will say you can brake just before the white line or just before or right on the white line even. But here we are going to pull back about a couple car lengths before the cone as a reference, or ideally right next to this white color board here on the side of the track. So as we are coming there, yeah, as you can see, I brake pretty much exactly side by side with it. And it's just a matter of braking hard in a straight line, getting the rotation done smoothly without holding the brakes for too long, because you want to maximize the rotation. And turn 1 is a late apex corner. It's a late apex corner because, as you can see on the map here, it is an acute corner, which means it tightens as you go on. But the exit of turn 1 is very, very important because you're carrying that momentum through turn 2, which is another sort of high speed section going into the hairpin. You gain a lot of momentum there. If you mess up turn 1, you lose a lot of momentum and time up till turn 5, the hairpin. So it's very, very important that you slow down effectively just before this little, I have no idea what this is, marshal post here, right up till there. Just before, as you reach the marshal hut, start trail braking. Start initiating the rotation gently. So this here was bad on my part. I was still holding the brakes for far too long. So I was at 90% brakes, drop, 50. I held the 50% brakes for just a split second. So you notice how when I drop the brakes, my car suddenly starts rotating here. There we go. So I should have reached this peak rotation a little bit sooner, but I am in a right trajectory for that late apex here. There we go. And throttle, pretty much spot on. I could have been a little bit tighter if I got that rotation like I mentioned. Right? So it's a bit more speed to be found here. And yes, right before this curb ends, about here, or just before it, this is the maximum rotation point. But since this is our maximum rotation point, it means we reach peak rotation here. Oh wait, my bad. This is the maximum rotation point. This is the apex. The maximum rotation point is before the apex, which is why I get on the throttle here. And we're easing it out. Yeah. I could have gotten a bit more quickly on the throttle. This was too smooth. Right? The idea is we've already hit that peak rotation. And you notice as soon as I'm getting on throttle, my car is sort of leaning outward. So it's understeering a bit. Ideally, you want to run wide. But if you get that rotation, like I said initially, if you get it right, if you don't understeer, if you don't have that initial whiff of understeer and you get the throttle spot on and you turn in just right, your car actually won't go wide all the way. On the YouTube guides that you see, they will use all the track here. But then again, temperature. For the time it takes to take the longer path, and then you have to swing back on the right here, you will scrub your tires more and reduce your average minimum speed through these two long turns, which in turn will cause a slight loss of time. So I've noticed that taking a tighter line through turn 1 on the exit and for a better positioning for turn 2 is in fact better, but you need to get that rotation perfect and well done coming through turn 1. So you absolutely cannot induce understeer on the throttle when you're exiting turn 1. If you do, you can best bet you will lose time on the exit. All right. So coming on through there, flat out through here, immediately swing over to the right side. Immediately swing over to the right side. Get as close to the white line as you can. Reference here quite a lot. You have this Marshall hut here. You have this green AstroTurf. You have this end of the road here. This is your turn-in reference. The idea here is you don't technically have to slow down too much for this car. Also, a late apex corner. And again, turn 2 is a long corner. It's wider than turn 1. And it's a pretty much fixed radius corner. It doesn't tighten. It doesn't open. So you can just kind of middle apex or a little bit after the middle of the apex, which is somewhere around here. But you have to prioritize again using all the track outside, inside, outside, all the track available right till the edge of the gravel, and carry as much speed as you can here, because if you don't, you will lose a couple tenths at least coming into the hairpin, right? So you have to be very, very smooth, and you cannot understeer. If you understeer here, you will scrub the tires. If you oversteer, you will scrub the tires. It's just going to lose a lot of your momentum, right? And this car, in the YouTube Hotlaps, you will notice that they turn in, they lift off, they get the rotation as they are approaching the maximum rotation point and the late apex, they get on throttle. But here, because the temperature is high, if you just do the lift strategy, you will be kind of waiting for the car to turn. And in fact, you will pass the maximum rotation point. You will pass the apex if you're just lifting. So you do need to brake 1% just to get the front tire just rotated a little bit, and then you can get on throttle as you normally would and carry that. Use that slipperiness of the high track temps to kind of neutral slide your way out of turn 2. So it's a bit like what I did here. Coming in through here, there we go. So notice how I'm turning in full throttle. There we go. I'm still turning in with the throttle, but I probably lifted off a bit too soon. I could have held on a bit more throttle for a bit longer. And then as I turn in, a bit of brake. There was a very, very slight braking. There we go. Very, very slight braking here. Right here. I touched the brakes for a brief moment. Very, very brief moment. And then I'm approaching the late apex. I'm using all the curb here, positive camber, to help me out. Right? So I could have carried a bit more speed by holding it on full throttle for longer. So I could have probably lifted here, right? Took a slightly wider line, held on the brakes, held that 1% brake for a little bit longer, for about half a second. And then as I approach here, I would be targeting for a straighter line toward the exit, and I can go full throttle. Whereas here, I was modulating the throttle. I was smoothly modulating the throttle. So a bit of time loss. It was smooth, but that's where it could be better. We could have targeted a slightly later apex. And don't be afraid to use the brakes because temperatures are high. So you do need to use the brakes, not to slow down the car, but to get the car turned, just to rotate the car. Turning in there, using all the track, like I said, as far as you can go. And same thing here, using the throttle to kind of neutral slide your way out. Using all the curb here. You can put your car here. Ideally, you should. If you really want to be sure that you're pushing all the track, you should be going right up to the edge of here. It is a bit of a risk because if you touch the gravel trap even slightly, it will kill your momentum. Especially because there's a long straight sector here. Okay, but that was good. It was a good reference at least. So time to be gained in turn 1, time to be gained in turn 2. All right. Coming down to perhaps the most complicating corner of the entire track, where you either make it or you don't. You either get it right or you don't. The hairpin. Also, hug the hard left. Again, YouTube tutorials will tell you otherwise. Some people, they brake after 100. Some tutorials, they brake after 50. Some tutorials, they brake right at 50, right at this sand line here. We, however, taking note of the higher track temps, are going to brake just before 50. In fact, you can barely see a rubbered in line where the grip sort of starts to lay down itself on the track. I'll get a bit closer. Yeah, you can see this rubbered in line here, and there's a very, very faint line where the grip sort of starts to darken, which is about a car length before this sand trap here, which is right there. Right there. As you can see, it is pretty much exactly a car length before that sand trap, right? If you brake even slightly later, it'll be too late. It'll be too late. Because the later you turn, given the fact that you have high temps here, you will delay the turn in and you will understeer on entry, scrubbing the tires too much, affecting your exit badly throughout the straight. So this is one of those corners where you really have to prioritize the slow in, fast out, and the smooth in, smooth out mindset. You really have to be smooth with it. Very, very smooth with it. Because even a slight compromise here will mess up your exit all the way down the straight. Right? And as for this hairpin, if you look at the track map here, this entry part is actually the tightest part of the corner. This early apex is the tightest part of the corner, and then it widens, and then it sort of gradually opens up. Which means if you gain maximum rotation early, and then you hold that rotation throughout the corner, you will still take a relatively tight line throughout the entire thing, which is again the shortest path. Shortest path is better, and you can see the elevation change on this corner as well. There is a steady, gradual increase in the elevation throughout the entire track, and you can see right about here, right about where my cursor is. So from here to here, at the moment of turn in, there is a bit of compression because you go from flat to raised. So there's a bit of compression at the moment of turn in. So this is where you're supposed to get on throttle, like I said, just soon as you reach the curb, going in for that early entry, right? And then there's a second big compression here, sort of in the middle, where the track starts to go from tight to wide. We have another set of compression. So if you're holding a certain angle there, if you're on the limit there already, and you're approaching this part of the corner, that compression will give you an extra boost of momentary grip, which will allow you to hug that tight line and keep a short path throughout the entire hairpin. So you won't have to go all the way wide. Going all the way wide, it's very noticeable. When you take the longer path, you will lose a couple tenths, just like that. You will easily lose a couple tenths like that. It's very, very deceptive, that corner. This entire time, I'm thinking in all my times of driving Okayama, I've always defaulted to that. I've just took the early apex and then I just let the car run wide. And turns out that has been a big mistake. When I noticed all the pro Hotlaps, the top split, they always take a tight line, no matter what. Because turns out this is a deceptive corner. It's not your average hairpin. Like this is a regular hairpin, just out in out, right? Turn 6 here, but turn 5, there's elevation. There are multiple points of the elevation. There's one compression here, one compression here, and then it just statically just increases at a steady angle. And then it's a tighten and then opens type corner. So the line, you have to adapt to how the nature of the corner is and how to maximize the speed as well. So keeping a tight line is actually the best option here. So because of that, you want to maximize the rotation on entry. Brake hard in a straight line, as I mentioned. On a straight line right there. Turning in reference, to be honest, I don't have one. I'll be honest, I do not have an turning in reference, although you can sort of use this pylon here, this pylon with a thingamajig, this support beam, or this fire hydrant, whichever works. I just kind of wing it with the tire marks, where the tire mark starts to turn in. When I reach that tire mark, I start turning in as well. Right? So right about here. Right about here. Ideally, I want to brake maybe a little bit earlier. So I can reach peak rotation before this. And right now, as you can see, I'm gradually getting on throttle. Yeah. The approach was fine, but it was a bit too late. Just like a split second too late. And as you can see, I even got too much rotation. Too much rotation there, where I clipped the grass a little bit. So a bit of time lost there. So probably, okay, maybe not too early. I could have got on throttle sooner. So maybe the braking was fine. The braking was not the problem, but I could have carried more minimum speed through the corner. So I probably got on throttle too late. I was waiting for rotation for far too long. So right here, right here, I could have gone flat out already, which is ideal. This is where you would notice like top split drivers getting on throttle flat out. So this is where the first compression is. This is where that first compression is. If you look at here, there we go. First compression right here. First compression zone. So you're getting a temporary burst in grip right here as you're turning in. You have grip, use that grip, accelerate, and then you're gonna steady out through here, right? You're gonna even out through here, go flat out, and then as you go over it, another compression right here. And then you're just holding that same angle. And this compression is what will hold that angle throughout the entire corner. There we go. You see how the car, it goes wide and then it turns back in? Yeah, you see turning back in, and then it evens out, and then it starts evening out as you get faster and faster. So really, your late apex, there is no late apex here. There's only this one very early apex, which is right after this, which is next to this fire hydrant. I think the second fire hydrant. Sorry, it's right after the first fire hydrant. But you're getting on throttle here. You're getting on throttle just about here, between this first red mark and this second red mark, right about here, flat out. So your maximum rotation point should be a lot earlier, and maybe you can even position for a slightly wider entry to utilize that rotation, so you won't be forced to clip the inside like I did here. So in this case, I got the rotation I wanted to. Beautiful rotation, but I got too much rotation, which means my minimum speed was a bit less. So 97, probably I could have carried 98, 99, maybe even 100. Maybe 98, 99 would be ideal. So if I carried that kind of speed, just 2 kilometers an hour faster, I would have been just on this curb here, enough momentum, and I probably could have gained a 10th down the straight. That's how much we're dealing with here. That's how much the margins count. 1 kilometer per hour faster will affect 1/10 by the time we reach the end of the straight, heading into turn 6. It comes down to that. It does come down to that. All right. So again, simple enough, but very hard to execute. Trust me, very, very hard to execute. This was a lucky moment here, but yeah, the rotation was perfect. Could have got on throttle sooner. It's hit or miss. It really is hit or miss because you don't have a concrete reference. You're just kind of visually looking for that compression. You're waiting for the compression here. You're waiting for the time you hit here, early curb. And then as soon as you're on the throttle, right, you're just holding the steering angle and just praying the car goes. Right? You're praying the car has rotated enough that it holds that tight line and utilizes that second compression to hold it. Because sometimes you might understeer a bit, you might mess up the trail braking. If you mess up the trail braking slightly, you will understeer by the time you reach a second compression, and you will just go wide all the way, which will ruin your momentum regardless. So precision is very, very key here. Trail braking is very important. The way you slow down, maximize the rotation for the early apex, get on throttle as soon as you can, carry the momentum all the way out. And your double apex is nowhere here, because if you're maintaining the arc, you are gradually going out wide. Your late apex is here. Your late apex is here by this DRS board here. Because by swinging in here, you're taking the shortest path. Normally what I would do is I would be going wide all the way here, which loses you a lot of time. Not only are you taking the longer path, but the time it takes you to reach a certain speed here is longer than it would just going here. So you're wasting time. And also it's going uphill. It's going uphill. You are taking a much longer path. You are fighting against gravity right up till this DRS board where the track sort of flattens out. So you're fighting against gravity for a longer distance than it would taking the inside line. That is something people do not take into consideration. The shorter line, you are fighting against gravity for about a couple meters shorter than it would for you to take the longer path. That is another big reason why you lose a lot of momentum coming out here. Not just for the fact that you have a lower minimum speed anyway going here, but the distance and time you spend going against gravity. So flat out, late apex, smooth line. On this straight, there is a slight kink before the hairpin. It does edge left a little bit, right? But here you're just pointing straight towards that inside. You're just not going to the left immediately. You're just keeping the car straight. It will go naturally to the left over there. There we go. Keep it straight there. And then by the time you reach here, you're already on the left anyway. Positioning it as far left as you can. Braking reference here. In YouTube, you will see them braking at 50 meters. You will see some people braking at 75, which is about here. But we are going to use this sort of outhouse as the reference, which is right about here. Not right next to it. Next to it or anything more is too late. Again, temperature is high. You want to prioritize braking early, slowing down early, and then getting the acceleration done later. I mean, getting the acceleration done sooner. There we go. So we're not even next to the outhouse. We're like quite a bit far away from it. Yeah, we're about a car length away from it. And I'm already at 90% brake pressure. This is what we want. Right? Another elevation change here as well. Track does dip a little bit on corner entry. So you will notice a bit of loss of grip, a bit of understeer on entry. So again, what do we do when there's a crest? Before the turn in, we turn in before we hit the crest. Simple. Like Bathurst on top of the mountain, Nürburgring, Arenberg, what else? Portimao final corner, same thing. Anywhere where there is a crest before the corner, you turn in a little bit to get the car rotated so that when you go over the crest and you settle down, you will already have rotated. All right, same principle here, which is why you need to. You see how early I'm turning in? Here, right here, I'm already turning in. I'm next to. Yeah, it's about 2 car lengths before this. I'm already starting to turn in. Because by the time I go over the crest and I reach the apex, there we go. Apex was right here. Apex was right here. And then after the apex, my car is settling in and rotating more towards this apex here because of the camber that is naturally pushing me inward. Whereas if I were to take a late turn in, my previous mistake that I've done, I used to brake later and I would brake even straight till this sand here and I would turn in just before it. And I'm turning in right at the top of the crest, which again, understeer. I don't have the rotational capability. So I would understeer, I would go very, very wide and I would end up missing the apex completely. So that is why you turn in early for this corner. Again, trail braking still very, very important. But we smooth on the brakes. I do coast a bit. Ideally, I could have carried a bit more brakes. And I do use first gear and use the throttle to carry the momentum outward. So here you have positive grip, a lot of positive camber going upward, and the camber is it's supporting the rotation of the car, so you can get on the throttle aggressively without worrying about understeer as long as you reach that apex properly. So you do kind of middle apex it, and then you get on the throttle nice and smooth, get the rotation, maintain the rotation, and then there's a crest right on the exit. There is a potential for a bit of snap oversteer here. And by snap oversteer, I mean as you're exiting smoothly, the car will kind of just slide a little bit because you are trying to position it to the right as well. And it's a very short distance from here to here. You are trying to swerve it to the right, but you just have to keep it smooth. Don't scrub the rear tires more than you need to. Be very gentle with it. So it is advisable not to use all the track, because if you do, you will have a hard time. You will scrub the tires trying to swing over to the right. So that was a pretty good exit, I'll say. Possibly could have gotten on throttle a little bit sooner. Could have trail braked a little bit deeper, just a little bit deeper, to carry the brakes more into the corner a little bit, keep the average speed a bit higher. So this corner, I'll admit, I don't know what the best way is. I'm probably losing a 10th through here, or about half a 10th through here. From the approaches I've seen, in low temps, the approach, in fact, for both of these corners, is just lift. So there is a big crest here. In fact, when you're in the car, this is blind. When you're in the car, this entire corner is blind pretty much. Especially from here. Coming from here, you can't even see where the corner is. And as for the braking reference, it's actually this little... Where is it even? Yeah, it's this little Marshall hut here, which you can't see by the time you're next to it. You can't even see it by the time you're next to it, because it's all the way to the left and it's a blind corner. You can't even see it. There we go. You're exactly next to it, sort of right before it, and you're at the peak of the crest. You are at the peak of the crest. And again, same things before. What do you do when there's a crest before a corner? You turn before the crest. So that's why we are turning quite early. By the time we go over the crest, there we go. Now, it's a very short crest. As soon as you're over the crest, the car is already turning in. And this is how I've seen everyone take this corner. They do cut the track on the inside. They do cut it. So we cut it just barely enough to not get an incident point for track cut. 2 wheels on the white line, 2 wheels just barely on the edge of the curb, right? There is a big bump. Car bounces, car go boing. So there is a better way to stabilize the back end so that when it does bounce and rebound, when you get back on, it doesn't do this. So there we go. There was a bit of uncertainty there. So I am a bit on throttle because I want to maintain the rotation and get on the throttle early to carry the momentum down. So this was probably a mistake that I did. There we go. As soon as I reached the peak of the bump, I applied the throttle a bit too much, whereas I could have waited. There we go, right here. Once I settle down and the car squats, that's when I get on throttle and I gently carry it outwards. Again, smooth on the throttle. Here it will oversteer because the crest is falling now, so you will get a bit of oversteer. So this is where I should have gotten on throttle when the car's grip is at the maximum on the rear, when it squats after the bump, not right before it, because that's why I get a bit of oversteer. There we go. So a bit of hesitation there, and the car's sliding a bit now. And if you get this wrong, it's very easy to oversteer into this part here. So this is the one sketchy corner where, I'll be honest, I do not know the ideal approach, but I'm just off of a whim, off of this reference lap here and off of what I've seen. And you do notice me braking ever so slightly too. Again, temperature. If the temperature was a bit colder, it's just lift. This corner, it's lift, turn, throttle, get over the curb, flat out. And the next one also lift, turn, throttle. But here you want to maximize the rotation, so you do have to lift, or else you will spend a lot of time just coasting through the corner and scrubbing the tires, losing you a lot of momentum. So use the brakes. Use the brakes. The brakes aren't there to slow you down. The brakes are there to help you rotate. So if you use it properly, they will help you rotate just fine, just nice. So this was very, very much on the limit here. But the throttle approach can be improved. Probably lost like about a 10th here, honestly. Because of, it's not much of the approach itself. I mean, we're fine till here. But because of the fact that I got on throttle maybe a bit too early, a bit too much, there was more torque than there was grip, and so bit of scrub. The car slides for a little bit here. There we go, a bit of scrub. And it scrubs all the way to here, and yes, as you can see, because of the scrub, I do end up eating sand a little bit, which is not what we want. We do not want to be eating sand. We want to be right on the edge here. We went a bit too far to the right. We do not want that to happen. So we want to eliminate that scrub. If we can eliminate that scrub and get a clean exit, that's an easy 10th right here. Next corner, keeping it on the edge of the white line, like we do here. Get on this curb, again, turn in on full throttle, lift a little bit. Don't be afraid to use the brakes. But in this case, I did get enough rotation, so I just lifted and got on throttle, used the throttle to rotate the car. There we go. It worked. A bit sketchy because I ended up cutting a lot of grass as well. Not ideal. I probably could have used a bit of brakes just to get the rotation. So I probably could have just gone full throttle here. Could have turned in a bit later. Instead of turning in right here, I could have turned in just about half a car length ahead at the end of this curb. Turned in a bit later. Used a bit of brakes to get that late apex. Right? So instead of cutting the grass, I could have used this part of the curb. So I apexed it way too early. So time lost here. This is probably about half a 10th lost. Another half a 10th lost here. So I could have been full throttle here with my car pointing toward the exit, rather than now I'm kind of mowing the grass, and the grass is what's rotating me here actually, which is not ideal. And then again, scrub on the exit after the bump. There we go, bit of scrub. And because of that, you can even see, notice my steering input on corner entry is at 45 degrees right now. And you see, I kind of stabilize it as I hit the grass. and then I go to almost 90 degrees and I hold it there, and I hold it there till the exit. So scrub. A lot of momentum lost from holding that there. So that was less than ideal. That was very, very not ideal. So probably another thing I could experiment is turning in a bit later, just a bit later, a smidge later, like a blink later, not even here. Here I turned in right here. I turned in as the curb and the white line merges. I could probably turn in just a bit later, just like I did before. Don't be afraid to just touch 1% of the brakes to rotate it just for a split second. And once I hit the late apex, smoothly flat out. And then just keep that steering angle as minimal as possible while keeping that grip and using all the track on exit. This is perfect. This is perfect here. I could not have asked for a better exit, but I did compromise the mid corner a lot. Exit good, but yeah, we have to work on the entry. So probably, like I said, 1/10 to 1/10 lost from this double right-hander right here. And then coming up to the final sector, which is a double back-to-back hairpin, a left hairpin and a right hairpin. Usual reference, you got 50-meter board. You have this pylon after the 50-meter board where you have this support here. This is usually your reference normally in any other class or 50 meters. But in this car, because this is uphill, you are working against gravity. Gravity will help slow you down a lot. Again, brake hard, brake straight in a straight line. That will slow you down enough. And because this car has a lot of mechanical grip, as it's going uphill, you've got a slight compression on turn in, and then you carry that grip all the way through the corner, and same thing for the next corner as well. Actually, no, the next corner is a bit different. The next corner is actually through a crest, and then it falls off. So it's a bit different. But the idea is you get peak rotation early and carry the throttle early. Brake hard, brake late. You're braking just after the pylon. Just after the pylon. Just after. A blink after. If not, right next to it. Turning nice and early. Nice and early, nice and hard before this, whatever you call this marshal hut here. You're turning in early. Again, because there's a compression here, there's a compression through here. You want to turn early to maximize that compression. Smoothly trail brake, very, very important. Go for a geometric approach because of the compression of the corner. Midway through the corner, first gear, get on throttle gently. You don't want to get on throttle too early because it will push you wide, and you don't want that. You want to be able to keep it midway through the exit because you want to reposition for this corner. So going wide here will scrub your tires, trying to scrub it all the way here. If you keep it tight here, you will lose momentum going all the way to the main straight. So yeah, very, very important that you get a good exit and positioning through this part here. Far left. Reference here is as soon as this tire wall goes out of view from the cockpit view, or you can just kind of consider it. There we go. Yeah, as soon as the tire wall goes out of view, the edge of it, or as soon as you start turning in, you just kind of keep it at what 10% of the brakes, hold it till the maximum rotation point, which is about where the Pirelli board starts, which is exactly where the Pirelli banner starts, which is exactly in the middle of the corner. And then in the middle of the corner, first gear, you're already at the peak rotation. There is a crest here, if you didn't notice. So now we see the track is rising. So a bit of compression here. You've got grip here. Trail brake. You see the car kind of pulling away because I got on throttle too aggressively there. That's my bad. So you want to get on the throttle smoothly. Use that to your advantage. And just carry it out smoothly on the exit. So same as the previous corner, you're getting on the throttle middle of the corner because of the compression and the uphill nature of it. You're letting gravity and the trail braking rotate the car for you. So any earlier you will run wide because the elevation takes away the grip from the other side of the car, from the side of the car that needs the grip the most. In this case, the left hand side tires. So you want to be patient on the throttle. But when you do get on the throttle, get on it nice and smooth so you can smoothly carry it all across the exit. This was a very, very good line, but probably could have kept it a bit tighter. This was very, very close. Could have probably just got maybe about a tire width inside a bit more. Just a bit more. If I did, I would have been able to get on the throttle a bit earlier and carried a bit more speed through here while still getting on right on the edge of the track. This was beautiful. Beautiful, right here. Right on the edge. Beautiful. Right on the edge. Penultimate corner. Simple enough. Small crest. You want to turn way before it. Same thing. Crest before the apex. You turn in before the crest. Simple. Simple principle. There we go. Crest is here. I'm already turning in. I'm already aiming for my left side wheels to be out here and my inside wheels to be cutting that entire curb. Be very, very cautious not to bite off more than you can chew, because it's very easy to invalidate the lap by getting greedy here. Just keep it barely enough. Whatever it is, even if you go a bit wide, it's fine. Just keep it smooth, because again, there's a bit of a camber here. And this part is flat. Flat camber. When you're rejoining the track here, there is a bit of a bump. It can unsettle the car. There we go. You see that bump? You see that little bump going on and off the curb? That bump can lose a bit of momentum, so you don't want to lose too much time there. Gently ease it to the left-hand side. Again, on YouTube, usually people brake very, very late. Here, I just kind of ballpark it and I brake somewhere in the middle. Middle of where this grass starts and the sand ends, and where this AstroTurf ends as well, which is about here. Precisely there. Exactly the middle. Exactly the middle. I see, welcome in. Exactly the middle. And again, maximum brake 50%. So I probably did brake a bit too hard. I went to 60 and then I dropped it quickly. So that probably dropped my minimum speed a bit, just a little itty bitty bit, right? Probably. Yeah, that explains why I lost 200ths there. It's because I slowed down my minimum speed too much. Just a quick stab. It's just because you're only braking in a straight line for such a short period of time. So you're keeping that stab and then you're immediately turning in. So you just stab and then immediately turn in. And then final corner, because there's a long straight afterwards, prioritize getting on the throttle as soon as possible. Visual reference is this tire wall. Most people would use this as a tire wall. But if you can get that rotation and if you can use that rotation confidently, again, a lot of mechanical grip here. It's not really cambered. It's not really flat either. But because there's a lot of stability here and you have a lot of room on the outside of the track. You have a lot of room here. You can go almost a full car width wide. You can be very, very confident on the throttle here. And you can be confident to use all this curb as well. So yeah, right next to the tire wall, right before the tire wall. As soon as I'm approaching this, I'm already on the throttle, getting on throttle, accelerating. And again, bit of a scrub there. There we go. Bit of a scrub here. So again, probably dropped my minimum speed too much and I hesitated. I turned in a bit too aggressively, got a bit of a scrub, accelerated too quickly, got a bit of a scrub, so dropped my momentum a little bit more. But just keep that, see, barely turning, using all the track here, right on the edge of this green one. Do not touch the sand or it will invalidate the lap. Keep it steady, use all the track there, carry the speed out wide, push, and there you have it. And there you go. That is a 146 flat at Okayama, which is, I would say, is about 1 second behind like a world record-ish, top split-ish pace. So it was a very good lap. But just kind of ballparking everywhere that we could improve, all these minor improvements, right? Let's just say 1/10, 2/10, 3/10, 4/10, 5/10. Yeah. So 1/10 in turns 1, turn 2, 1/10 here, 2/10 here, and then 1/10 on this final sector. That's half a second right there. There you go. There's half a second. We found it. I know exactly where to find half a second now. The hard part is executing it. Oh no. No. That's going to be the hard part now. Now that we figured out a benchmark from a very, very good lap, a very smooth lap. It can be smoother. In fact, a lot of the situations where we were losing speed was because we weren't smooth enough. Where we scrubbed the tires, where we turned in a bit too soon, where we got on throttle a bit too quickly, which shifted the weight to the rear too far. So it's ended up getting a bit of slip angle, which this car doesn't like. You want to just gently squat the rear end as you're exiting the corner and just smoothly accelerate out of the corner. Like kind of I'm still falling into my, Porsche Cup mentality where I just kind of get that stab to get that rotation. But, the traction control will just kill the momentum in this car. And if you push it too hard, sometimes if you attack a curb, it will just slide and really kill it. You don't want that to happen. But all things considered, that was a very, very good lap. I'm very, very happy with it. Like I said, I think half a second is definitely reasonable. I think I can already see a 45.5 in this lap. I can already see all the areas where we can improve. Beyond that is going to be really coming down to perfecting the rotation. And we also know where that all comes into play. It comes down into exactly using the brakes. Like I said, turn 2, don't be afraid to brake. Turn 7, turn 8, don't be afraid to brake for rotation. Turn 8, trail brake smooth. Turn 9, trail brake smooth. Here, don't drop the minimum speed too much to carry the speed on the straight. And of course the hairpin as well, most important. Don't be afraid to brake early as long as you can. Brake early so you can get on throttle early. Brake early, rotate early, throttle early, momentum early. But the prerequisite, of course, is when you brake early and turn early, you also need to make sure you get the grip early. If you don't get the grip early, if you get the grip late, and if you're understeering, you will go wide and just mess it up anyway. So that needs to be taken into consideration. So I think perfecting all of it, I don't think a 45 flat is unreasonable. I don't think it's impossible. I think it's very much possible. But for my skill level, for my current understanding, my current ability at least, 45 definitely on the table. In fact, optimal is 45.8, I believe, last I checked. Yes, it is. Our optimal is a 45.8. So we're very close. We're very close. We're very, very close. And we're very, very close. We are 3/10 from a 45.5. And we know exactly where the weaknesses are. We know exactly what we need to do to accomplish it. Man, it really is worth taking the time just doing these kind of lap guides, man. It really is worth the time. Like, I understand this track so much better now that we've considered everything. Like, if I close my eyes, I know exactly where everything is. I know the references. I know every surface change of the track that could affect the way the car drives. Like, it's a no-brainer. It's just a no-brainer now. Yeah, don't worry. I can definitely do a 45 flat. So, yeah. I mean, look at the how funny is it, right? Tonight was supposed to be a Okayama grind, but instead of a grind, I've only done 2 laps of Okayama, and I've spent like an hour and a half doing a in-depth track guide of Okayama. And now, I've got about little over an hour, so we have some time to push. So which we will spend that time. But now, I'm honest. If I'm being honest, my tummy hurts. My tummy hurts. I don't know why, man. My tummy hurts. No. No. Oh, I have the brrr. Oh. Oh. I'll try to drive as much as I can. But I can't promise I'll be at my best. My mind is falling asleep. I had a whole cup of coffee and my mind is still fading away. Yeah, we started the stream at 80, 85, 84-ish% brain capacity. Now it feels like I'm at 70% brain capacity, especially after all that yapping. I'm tired. Can you see my eyes are like half closed? Yeah, that's how tired I am. I can't even open my eyes fully. I'm just exhausted. I might need to go take a number 2. My tummy hurts. Oh, it hurts. Oh boy. Funnily enough, even though I did leg day today, my legs don't hurt as much. Yeah, it's a sign that I'm stretching properly and I'm warming up and cooling down properly after my workout. That's good. I'm getting close, man. I'm getting close. One of these days, I'm going to be able to do a full pull-up. I'm working on my calisthenics. I can do like full form push-ups with like narrow elbow. I can do full form push-ups going all the way down. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on improving my push-ups. It's like, you know what they say, you can do, if you can do like 5 normal, if you can do 10 normal push-ups, then you can do like pike push-ups. If you can do 10 pike push-ups, you can do this. If you can do 10 of that, you can do sort of reverse pull-ups, supported pull-ups or band assisted pull-ups. If you can do 10 of that, you can do one full pull-up. And then from there, I just have to keep working on, my weakness is honestly just my triceps and my lats. So that's my weakness. I have not developed my lats enough, so I can't really pull myself up. But if you turn it upside down, if you ask me to do a handstand and ask me to go down and go up, I can do that. If you reverse it, if you turn the tables, I can do a reverse pull-up, which is a reverse push-up. I can do that, but I can't pull myself up. I can push myself against gravity, but I can't pull myself against gravity. There's a big difference. So it's just the muscles that are involved in doing that. I just need to develop it a bit more, but I'm getting close. Anyway, I hope that was a very useful guide of Okayama. I know we mostly just focused on GR86, but I hope I also did go through a lot of references that you can use, which is mostly applicable for pretty much any car. Anything from MX-5 to GT3 to M2 to GT4, anything, you name it, just needs a bit of work, right? But the rough guides are there. The approach is there. The idea is there. So on a car per car basis, like I said, you know the line, drive the car on its limit to get that line that you want to. All right. So I'm gonna maybe take a few minutes off for a break, a quick break. Just gonna refresh myself, and I'll be back. And yeah, we'll spend the final hour of the stream just trying to push and see if we can get to a 45.5, or at the very least, even if we hit a 45.999, I'll be very happy with that. We are already on the verge. We still have about 3 more days to push to our best. And like I said, usually once I've given it a night to kind of sleep on it and let it sink in after I've run the lap guide, I'm usually better, because it falls back into the back of my head. It becomes autonomous. I don't have to consciously think about it. And I can spend more time focusing on pushing the car and feeling the car's limits, which is better for me overall. So yeah, let me take a break. I will be right back. You guys take a break as well if you all need to. Go get something to eat, get a refill of your drinks, beverage, kiss your family goodnight on the forehead, and tell them that you are watching a man push his limits on the internet. Yeah, give me a quick sec, guys. I'll be right back. You're still here? Hello, I have returned. I have I have done a big dumpy. Oh, I feel relieved. I feel at ease. I feel feels good, you know. When you take a really nice big dump and you just feel yeah. Yeah. The boys would understand. The boys would understand. Oh, feels good. Feels relieved. Nah, I don't want to get banned by Twitch. Twitch ain't paying me enough for that. Twitch ain't paying me enough for that. Okay. Yeah, so we still have just about an hour left. Honestly, I don't even think we will need the hour. Also, coincidentally, in the server too, we have just about 1 hour before the server closes. We spent 3 hours yapping. We've only done 2 laps. 2 laps, which took us like 5 minutes. And then for 2 hours, we've been yapping. Right. So let's take what we know and utilize it. Yeah. Take what we know, put it to good use, see what we can do. And let's not really bum ourselves down with going outright for that half a second. Let's take it easy. Take it slow. Let's go for those incremental gaps. Because again, that's what I've been doing. I went from 46.8 to 46.5, 46.2, and now we're at 46 flat. So if we are going to kind of assume we're going to have any kind of growth, let's assume we're going to be doing it in small amounts. So we may not be able to get to a 45.5 right away, but let's just go for a 45.9, 45.7, 45.5. Let's chip it down. Let's whittle it away. Let's really get the sectors down right and see what we can do. Yeah, brain capacity is down. I'll admit my body is getting more and more tired as I speak. But let's just keep it nice and steady and see what we can do, shall we? Also, yeah, like I said, I really want to get Portimao, man. It's been on the back of my head. I was like, I really would love to complete a Porsche Cup. Also, I want to see, hang on, can I bully the game into giving me more frames? I'm gonna turn on Task Manager. I'm gonna. Can I like properties? Is there any way I can like force it to use more GPU? Because like I said, it's limiting itself here. Why is it limiting itself? Why is it limiting itself? I don't understand.
That's too much crawling around. The officials are going to delete your lap time. You need to reset the car and try again.
Is there any way I can force it? Very strange. Very strange. It says 97 utilization, but the 3D cache is only running at 60. Very strange. I don't understand. This is definitely what's hindering the performance though, that's for sure. Finish LMU, P21 to P9, had to defend your position for 6 laps. Ooh, was it the GTE at Sebring? Oh wait, no, it's a different. This week it's already something different, right? Damn, I wish I could have grinded the GTEs in Sebring more because I was having such a good session. I was easily getting GT3s in Bahrain, yes. I did try one of that race yesterday, only to be taken out on turn 1. and then I just quit. Because like, I ain't gonna bother. Alright, baby. Let's see what you got. GTE in Monza with the Aston. Yeah, the Aston, honestly, I've never really tried the Aston. But it's a very, very solid car. Okay, now that was bad. That was bad. It's okay, it's okay. Let's just keep trying again. Use the Porsche in Sebring. It's hard, but the pace is good. Honestly, all the GTEs are amazing. The Corvette is the only, dare I say, naughty one. The Corvette is the only naughty one. Everything else is honestly great. Everything else is amazing. The Corvette is the only naughty one. Aston, phenomenal. Corvette. There you go. So you notice how in turn 1 we were a 10th ahead. So I was on the limit, but it was just maybe a little bit too much, or too early on the throttle, just a little bit. I'm gonna admit, you're gonna start seeing like a massive fall off in pace right now because I am very, very tired. I am going to be very, very conscious about what we've learned so far, and I'm going to try to slowly apply it in what I do. Okay, so that was pretty good, honestly. Coming out of turn 1 alone, I'm a 10th ahead, so definitely a very visible improvement there. So I can actually just put myself against the leader, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put myself against myself. I'm going to put the delta against myself. So it's a more fair comparison. Right now, I'm just trying to push against myself to the top 10. I'm not going to... It's unreasonable for me to try to catch up against Tajaiman. Later, maybe if we do hit a 45.5... Yeah, no. That I'm doing it wrong. I'm getting on throttle too early, and I'm understeering way too much. So I'm not getting the rotation. I'm like I said, the problem is I'm turning in. I'm driving the line. I'm not driving the car now. I need to Oh, the coffee's starting to wear out. The coffee is really starting to wear out. Yeah, I might have to call it a night if this is slowing me down too much. But let me just try. My entry is okay, but I think I'm holding the brake too long. I'm holding the brake too much for too long. And I'm not getting that rotation like I needed to. What's my speed down the line? 15, 16, 164 kilometers per hour. Yeah, no, lost a lot of time there. Entry was okay, exit was not. Again, yep, nope, I was driving the line. It's okay. Let's do a lap. I was driving the line, I wasn't driving the car. Now that I know instantly when I'm doing something wrong, it's easy to just pinpoint what I'm doing wrong and instantly just call myself out. You see that? I gained a 10th. Yeah, we were gaining some time through the final sector actually. Those two left-handers after the hairpin, very, very good.
4, 8.
Oh, yep, hesitated. Trying to reach that peak rotation. Ah, there we go. Again, I reached peak rotation too soon. Yeah, so you will drop some momentum if you mess it up. There's no way.
46.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, there we go. A bit of a scrub. A bit late on the exit. Optimal going down. 45.7. That's a sign. That was very nice and smooth, but still felt a bit slow on the minimum speed. Oh, wide. Hesitating. Am I hesitating? Slippy. Optimal 45.7. Okay. Sector 1 0.14. Okay, let me compare against my optimal now.
5.
There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we're still about a tenth slower. Slightly slower. So I'm taking it very smooth right now. There are still areas I can push a little more. Like there, for example. Yeah, could have used a bit more braking. Stabilize the car through there. Missed the apex. Greedy, too early on the throttle. Need to turn in a bit earlier. It's okay. Go for a hot lap start. There you go. See how I take a tighter line through turn 1? The throttle needed to be confident. Yeah, I'm a tenth down. I'm a tenth down against my own self. So ideally I should be looking for improvements no matter where I go. Okay, mistake I'm easily noticing into the hairpin. I'm getting on throttle as I'm turning in to the maximum rotation point, not after or right as soon as I've turned into the maximum rotation point. So that's why I'm getting that understeer and I'm losing that initial momentum. I wonder if I can brake to 100%. I wonder if that would be effective. Because again, this is the kind of car that wouldn't really mind being pushed to 100 just for a split second in a straight line. As long as you're braking the straight line, it shouldn't be a big deal. Okay, so against my own performance, I have 3/10ths on me.
6.739.
The approach is there, but I think it's just very subtle changes. I have to turn in a bit later. I'm losing a lot of time here. Yeah, you're right, Danny. You're right. I am pushing for what? 13 laps now? Ugh. But on the bright side, I am doing pretty consistent 46s though. I am doing very consistent 46s, which is great. Look at my optimal, dude. 45.7. I'm there. I'm there. I'm so close. My optimal is 2/10 behind the top, dude. So close. You can really feel those tires cooking. All right, the lessons are working. They are working. Like there were improvements in sector 3. There were improvements over the double left. There were improvements through turn 1, turn 2. Now I'm struggling in the hairpin because I'm too prioritized on getting the throttle early that I'm trying to turn in too late, and it's not really working right now. My brain is running out, is running dry. The wrinkles on my brain are getting unwrinkled. They are ironing themselves out, getting smooth. I need brain wrinkle medicine, if that's even a thing. All right, let's you know what, let's just do maybe 1 or 2 more attempts, 2 more stints, and if I am not able to beat my time, I'm gonna call it a night. I think I want to attempt this when I am in a better mental state. And as I said, I just want to sleep it off, let it sink in overnight. And then when I revisit it, usually we're right there, man. We're right there. Honestly, if I can even achieve my optimal 45.7, I would hope that that is a pretty safe bet. Like even if like Kai Chang and some other people, even you, Danny, even if you manage to go, to beat your lap, 45, I think 45.7 is a safe enough spot for the top 10. But yeah, of course, just for insurance sake, I have to go half a second, 45.5. 45.5 is what's truly safe. But I'd be very happy with the 45.7 right now. We're just inching closer. $45.7 is safe for now. For now. Keyword, for now. I don't think it'll be safe in 3 days' time. I doubt it. Okay, we'll see that scrub on turn 1. Nope. Scrub on turn 1, scrub on turn 2. Yeah, nah, I ain't having that. Now that I know what's right, what's wrong, I am gonna be hypercritical of myself. So the delta is referencing against my optimal now. So I am gonna be comparing myself against the optimal. So we technically have, I can go minus 2/10 and we will do a 45.9. But let's minimize that. Let's not push till that far. You have to keep going for the tire attempts. Yeah, outlap usually. No, the thing is, I can do a 46 flat, 46 low with cold tires. Oh, way too late. Way too late. You have to get it early. You have to get it really early. Take a short line. We gotta spend the least amount of time getting up that hill. Yeah, my FPS is still garbage for some reason. Oh, off track. we go. Very light braking. You can almost just lift on this hairpin. But like I said, hot temperature, you do need to just brake a little bit. There we go. Hotlap start. Get on the throttle as early as possible. Be gentle. Do not scrub the tires. Whew. Here we go. My eyes are fading. I like the turn in, I like the rotation, but it was a bit too much, so I ended up clipping the inside, and that scrubbed off a bit of our momentum. But it's okay, let's keep going. We have 2 more laps. Held the brakes for far too long. Barely getting a track limit. Scrubbed it. I scrubbed it. Scrub that. Oh, big scrub. Huge scrub. That could have been a 45.9, but I scrubbed the final sector. 1 more lap. I think I've got 1 more lap in me.
46.158.
Good approach, but not ideal. Not quite ideal. There we go. See what I mean? If you don't get that rotation beforehand, you will just run off wide like that. Yep, it will just mess you up big time. Can't do that. It's about a patience, you know. Just trail brake, turn in. And once you've turned it, then you get on throttle. Not now I'm getting on throttle as I'm turning in. So it's just that teeny tiny moment. Teeny tiny moment. Try braking much later for turn 3. Then floor it a bit later. So what? You mean brake at the 50 meter board? 50 meter and then carry a bit more trail braking into the corner? I mean, that is an approach I've seen that works. But the fact that you're getting on the throttle a lot later, doesn't it mean that you're carrying a bit less speed down the straight? I would assume it does. Oh. It is the outlap, it's fine. There we go. So I've got the line for turn 2, so now I just have to push the car on the limit without scrubbing the front tires too much. You won't understeer wide. Okay, let me try braking at 50. Something like that. Something like that, you mean? I braked at 50, turned in early. But look at the delta. I've lost a 10th. I've lost a whole 10th. I will need to experiment with that. There we go. Keeping a tight line there. Don't scrub. Do not scrub. It'll be better on the second lap. Okay. Again, it's my first time trying out this new method, so it might not work as well for me. Open it up. Don't scrub, don't scrub, don't scrub. Scrubbed it. Scrubbed it. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Abandon, 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 abandon ship. There we go. One more time. You know what? Maybe you're onto something. Maybe you're onto something because the line that I did, the line that I was talking about during the track guide, the early throttle principle, that works for colder temperatures. So maybe I didn't take into account the higher temperatures. Might need a bit more leeway. You're gonna get that understeer anyway, so you do need to find a way around it. You know what? It's starting to make sense. It's starting to make a lot of sense. But I'm having a hard time trying to figure out where the throttle point is. What's the deal? Again, because you're braking later, you're spending less time braking in a straight line. So where do you turn in? Do you turn in rather early, or do you still brake in a straight line for as long as possible? Like, I'm badly understeering there. I'm still holding the brakes for far too long. Getting a tight line through the hairpin seems to gain me quite a lot of time. Getting the throttle just right through here, super important. Don't scrub, don't scrub. A bit hit or miss. It's a bit hit or miss still. Very nice. Not turning in too early, but the ideal rotation just as soon as you finish trail braking. I'm assuming the point of trail braking is right at the second compression that I was talking about. There's like a second compression mid-corner. That's where you off the brakes on throttle, right? Right. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Let me give it a try.
093.
Messed up turn 2. Okay, it's fine, fine. A bit wide. Bit of a scrubby scrub on the brakes. Okay, brake 50, turn in. Doesn't quite feel right, because the compromise I'm getting from that is either I'm able to carry more speed down the straight and able to push the brakes through the corner for a bit longer, but yeah, I'm losing a lot of time. Keep it tight, keep it tight, keep it tight. Early braking is better then. No, because again, Danny, the thing is, you're not wrong. It is possible to brake at 50, but in colder temperatures, maybe. In these kind of temperatures, I do not think it's in anyone's best interest to brake late, because you are gonna get that scrub. Because the higher the temperatures, the more likely you are to scrub the wheels, to have lateral scrubbing when cornering. And the later you brake on higher temperatures, you will be scrubbing the wheels a lot easier. Especially when you're coming in too hot. You're compromising the entry speed. Like even here, I'm scrubbing a bit there, so I'm losing a bit of time. I was using so much late braking, which helped for a 24-second sector 2. 24 sector 2. 24. I've got a 24.8 in sector 1, according to that. Keep it tight, keep it tight. There we go. Tight is good. Very smooth. Don't scrub. Oh, edging the track limit there. I mean, Danny, you've been on iRacing long enough to know that temperature is very, very important, and it does dramatically affect your driving style and your approach to corners. Like, if this were optimal conditions, like 28, 27 degrees, I think 44, 43, even 42 highs would not be impossible.
6.502.
It's just because of these temperatures, you're getting a lot of that slip. Okay, hang on. I figured out what I'm doing wrong there. I'm falling back to my old ways. Silly me. But let me indulge you in a bit. Let me try late braking. So here's the thing about the late braking, right? The late braking gets me a bit of a positive gain mid-corner, but because I'm exiting slightly lower than I would if I were accelerating earlier, I'm losing 1/10 down the straight. I'm losing a full tenth. It's hard to catch it. Flat. Okay, now that time I did a 24.2 sector 2. Yeah, I did a 24.2 sector 2, so it was only 2/10 away from you. I wonder where. Wonder where I'm losing a bit of time. I think I have one more lap. Come on. I'm just gonna brake early. I'm just gonna do my thing. I scrubbed it. Yep, that didn't work. That did not work. That backfired so bad. Scrubbed it. We were going so well until it wasn't. Until it wasn't. Yeah. 2/10 gone just from that one corner. Another 10th gone from there. A lot of scrubbing there. A lot of momentum lost from bouncing around. Held the brakes for too long. Too late. I'm just gonna call it there. Hang on. One more stint, and then I'm done. For tonight. But at least my pace is down to consistent low 46s in these temperatures. Yeah, that 45.7 optimal is staring me in the face. It's just chuckling at me right now like, yeah, you can. I can do it. But given my current mental state, I'm exhausted. I am properly exhausted. Whew. Just the outlap, it's fine. Turn in first. Yeah, that was fine. That is fine. My tires is on that green part. It's just scary if you go over the green part. If you touch the gravel, gone. Instantly gone. It's like you really gotta get that maximum turn in, and then you have to kind of ease up on the grip and let the car just... You don't want to scrub till you get understeer, and that scrubbing, that even the tiniest bit of scrub, it just kills your momentum. That's what I don't like about the traction control system in this car. It's very, very stringent. It hinders the performance, it really does. If you turn off the TC, you can get a lot more slipping going on. Oh, there, hey, too much slip there. Middle of the corner. Beautiful. Tire wall. 5%, 5%, 5%. Oversteer scrub. Not great. Hot lap start. That was not a... I want to get it on the second lap because I know the second lap is the best. Let me just... One more time. One more. I swear. One more. Let me adjust my brakes. One more. Why do I have work tomorrow? Damn it. Yeah, hot lap start, you really have to prioritize a later apex. Get on the throttle way before the tire wall on the pit entry. See, now that turn 1 was fantastic. Turn 2, maybe a bit of compromise. Too early. Throttle after turn, not throttle during turn. Throttle after turn. Come on, you know this. You know what not to do. Why do I keep doing it? Come on. Keep it tight. I grasped it on the outside. Nope. Scrubby scrub. Scrubbity scrub. Curbed it too much, lost the momentum. Midway, Pirelli, throttle. Nice. Very nice. Hot lap start. Squeeze all the track. Smooth. Come on. One lap, boyo. Come on.
46.785.
Yeah, no, I messed it up. Messed up big time. Lost a lot of time on the entry of turn 1. Ooh, losing a bit of time. Didn't lose as much time as I thought through the hairpin. So we are still losing time. I think 1/10 in turn 1. We lost 1/10 in turn 1. Lost another 10th on the final sector. I scrubbed it. Come on, go down, come on. Go down. A little bit. Yes! I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay, it's still a 46 flat, but it's a better 46 flat than before by 200ths of a second. But the optimal is looking good. So, what have we learned so far? A lot. We understand Okayama pretty much. We know exactly what to do. So, knowing what I can do, we can do a 45-7. So, we're there. So beyond that, I think it's just a little bit of finessing. I don't think there's much that I don't yet know. I don't think there's no big hidden secret or anything. But then again, 45-7 is still half a second behind Taj, which is a 45-3. Again, not impossible. It is well within reason. It is very much within reason. It's not like I'm not surprised or anything. It is well within reason. You know what? I think I'm going to keep it there. It's only a 2/10th progress compared to my previous best lap. But I will take that. I will gladly take that. So that, I believe, puts us still in P16. Oh, shoot, no. P19? Really? No way, wait. How? Who? What? Why? Okay, yeah, Nabil Aslan is on and pushing right now. Nabil Aslan is also pushing. He's beaten his brother. So look at that. There's like 4 people in the 5.5. If we can squeeze in there, perfect, dude. I think it's guaranteed. I wouldn't be surprised if anyone here also pushes. There we go. There we go. That's what happened. Raja also pushed. He was behind us. Now he's ahead of us by... Yeah, he's got my optimal now. 45-7. If we do a 45-7, we will be in the top 10. But Danny, you are on the edge again, buddy. You are on the edge again. 45-8. I think the new top 10 is going to be sub 8. I don't even think sub 8, man. I have a feeling everyone here, if they have enough time, they are going to be pushing, and the bare minimum is going to be a high 5. I have a feeling it's going to get lower and lower. Like if 4 people have done 45.5, I wouldn't be surprised if, and like at least I think you can, Danny can, Raja also if he possibly can. Yeah, I can foresee 2 more people or 3 more people doing 45.5s, which leaves a very, very narrow margin for P9 and P10, which like is a 45.6 low. So it's gonna get squeezed in. It's gonna get really, really squeezed in. And that puts us at, yeah, P18. P18 still. Technically P18. Although it said there in the relative P19. Oh, damn. Keith Mo actually beat me. Good for him. Keith is ahead of me. Damn it. All the 3 kids are ahead of me, dude. I can't. Y'all know how I feel about that. But yeah. It's possible. 45.5 is possible. We are very close. Then again, our optimal, if we had managed to do a 45.7, we would have gone from P18 to literal P8. A literal 10 position jump. But I still believe it's temporary because, yeah, everyone is pushing like crazy now. The margins are going to be very, very tight. But at least as it stands right now, we are, I think, top 20 is pretty much guaranteed. Who else I think is pushing? Yeah, Imran is out. I don't think we need to worry about anyone from P20 and above. I also don't think Iqbal is going to be focusing on this too much because he's got the race room race this weekend. I'm feeling. But then again, Iqbal being Iqbal, can't underestimate the guy. He can really just push very quickly and he can quickly adapt. Azwira as well. If Azwira just has time, like the man has said 118 laps. If he's got time, he can definitely push. He's a grinder. He's a grind type man. Wicked also, I don't think he's gonna be pushing too much. Yeah, I don't think I need to worry about anyone P20 and above. It's just this gang here. Definitely Keith will be pushing. He's got a lot of time. Yeah, just look at the laps, man. Wanafik 365 laps, 195 laps. Jesus Christ. And the incidents 266. Yeah, this is how you know they've been pushing like crazy, dude. Ah, speak of the devil. 218 laps. Danish Vigneshwaran. Bloody hell. Imagine if we did a 45-7, dude. In only 41 laps, we would have managed that. Oh, we're close. We're so close. It goes to show, you know, there are folks like, yeah, and then there's Tajaiman. 14 laps. 14 laps, 2 incidents. 0.53. See ya. In my rear view mirror. God damn, the guy's a legend, man. How does he do it? Him and Nakib Azlan. If Nabil is pushing, I don't think Nakib will also be too far behind. I think he will also try to push. Okay, wait. Whoa. Hang on. Adam Hang, Thomas Ong, and Imran are technically out, right? So it would put us in 1, 2, 3. So technically we're P15. Technically we are P15. So technically in the top 10 it would be Danny, Badia, and Jinbin. Alright, so technically those two would also be in the top 10 along. So Danny would be in P8 as it stands right now. Okay. Also Kai Chang is also 45.8 in it. If Kai Chang's time gets locked in, it would probably top 10 would kind of end at Bardia, I think. Yeah, because Kai Chang is slightly ahead of Danny, not mistaken. From what you said. Yeah, so Kai Chang, Danny, Bardia, top 10. So we are at a 45.8 for the top 10. Won't be surprised if it goes down to 45.7, 45.6. Heck, I won't be even surprised if it goes to 45.5. So underscores the importance, just how important it is for us to get that 45.5. We're getting closer. We earned 2 more tenths tonight, which is awesome. We did a very, very comprehensive, in-depth lap guide of Okayama. It was GR86 focused, but it is generally applicable across anything if you just adapt your braking references, and goes to show just how important temperature management is when you're doing your laps, and how you need to adapt your lines, your approaches, your braking references accordingly as you are driving on a higher temperature track. Yeah, on the relative it does show it as 19, which leads me to believe there are someone did push an extra lap, but I think it can't be. It's weird. I don't know why it says 19th here, but it says 18th here. Who is that one person? Someone from behind me has overtaken me. So who is it? Oh, that's scary. Could be anyone. I wouldn't know. Anyway, leave that be. What else we got here? Oh, would be nice if we can get a Portimao right about now. But alas, it won't be happening. Now, just for fun, before we go to bed, I've always wanted to try this. Damn it, can't do a time trial. I've always wanted to just give the Cadillac a go. I've literally only driven this car once and then never again. Also, it's at Mugello. I want to see if this car does in fact truly suck complete ass, or if it's a skill issue thing. You never know. Sometimes you never know. again, the only time I drove this car when I was like a first timer to iRacing, I was brand new to iRacing. I did one race on the worst track you can drive this car on, Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's awful track, awful track. So maybe let's see. I do know that it understeers like a boat, being the American boat that it is. Big V8 front engine rear wheel drive car. Oversteers on throttle. Very little grip despite having a big rear wing. It is rear wheel drive, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but it understeers. It understeers. It understeers on the brakes, understeers on the throttle, understeers off the throttle. It's an understeer machine. So let's see, now that I'm a better driver, if we can adapt and do something decent with this. Let's see. I'm inclined to maybe do and race with the Cadillac. I really am. Surprisingly, with the Optima, I was only like 1 to 1.5 seconds behind top split pace here at Mugello. Then again, the Optima is arguably much harder car to push because for the first 5 laps you have all the grip, and then once the temperature, also again very very hot here, 43, 44 degree temps. It is super toasty. So what do we got? Can we adjust anything? Can I adjust the abs? So can't adjust the abs and the TC. The brake bias is pretty low. It's at 53%. I am gonna decrease it quite a lot too. Let's see if I can bring it to like 52. Already you can tell it's so much quicker. Also, I don't know what is the rev range for this car. Where's the HUD? There's no HUD. Where's the HUD? There's no shift lights. I don't know. Where's the RPM? I can't see!
Got a slow down penalty.
Okay, I have to memorize that sound. I have to memorize that sound. That's the only way. That's the only way I'll know. That's the only way I'll know. Yep. Understeer and oversteer at the same time. Oof. I forgot how terrible this car is. Hang on. The force feedback ain't force feedbacking. What's the problem? Let me pull up. Ah, that's why. It's at 10%. Which 55. That should do the trick. There we go. Now the force is feeding back. I hate cars like this where the HUD is so low you can't even see, and there's no shift light indicators. Like, how am I supposed to know? Oh good lord, it's heavy. It's at 50%, but my god, the peak force is... It's using all the 12 Newton meters there. Oh, Christ, that is hard. Oh, that's hard. Like actually hard, it's super stiff. What am I saying? There we go, yeah, the understeer. Gotta bring down the brake bias a little bit more. You know what, here's what I can do. I can drop the driver height a little bit. Oh my god! That would have broke my wrist. That was a big whiplash. Am I sure? Yeah, I am on 50. I am on 50%. What's the deal? Let me try 45. Right? 10%. 10% less. Because at normal speeds it feels like the Optima, but on peak load it's the heaviest car I've ever driven. Yeah, this is fine. It's still very heavy, but it's a lot more manageable. Yeah, I want to keep my driver height a little lower. Even with the traction control, I gotta be very careful with it. I got 2% because I wanna see. I can see the rev lights just through my wheel. That's why I'm keeping it there. Or else I have no idea when to shift. Oh yeah, big old understeer. Yeah, smoothest matters as well here. Not surprised. But the slow corners are very tricky. Very tricky are the slow corners. Can't even go flat out there. What a boat. It does not like high curbs. It does not like high curbs one bit. It does have a bit of a Porsche Cup tendency where you can rotate it with the throttle, but only for a bit, because the traction control too much you'll spin, too little you'll understeer. That was too soon. There we go. Like some cases like that for exiting corners. Downforce is not very noticeable, to be honest, so it's still very bad. The FOV is just awkward. It's so awkward. Sketchy sector 1. Big sketch. Do I have the brake bias too far forward then? Or too far backward? Same thing, yeah. When I'm skidding, when I'm barely turning, that's a sign. But hang on, honestly, a 55 isn't too bad. Because I was in a couple of top split races, and I think the fastest laps were close to 55. I think it was 55, 54, or even a 53, I reckon. So we are not too far off. I say as I completely binned that corner, almost breaking my fingers. Yeah, even for me, I have very little faith in this car, very little confidence in it. It's so unpredictable. And to imagine rookie drivers driving this car, you can kind of understand why the Cadillac races almost always end up in chaos. They are just incredibly hard to drive. Yeah, oh boy, yeah, brake bias, too much. 2.9, I think, is a decent spot.
55.701.
Oh boy, yeah, you see that understeer? Jesus. You do have to threshold brake, much like a GT3. Can't engage the ABS too much. You gotta be smooth on the throttle. And also, the right side of the car is narrower than it appears. You think you're using all the track available, but in fact you're not. Even in third gear, it's very, very slippy with the traction control. Yep, sliding. Oh, but one thing I will say, you feel the ABS for sure. Or at least in my wheel, you do. I feel the ABS instantly. I feel that subtle vibration, that brrr. I feel the understeer. But even there, a very, very light application on the brakes is necessary, I think. If you're just planning to slow the car down, I think no more than 50% is required. Slow it down. It gets the job done.
0.778.
Consistent 55 so far. I understeer turn 1 like crazy every single time. I'm probably losing about half a second just from turn 1 alone. Keep it in third gear. Don't push that exit too wide, because you know you always mess it up. Don't force the grip limit. Oh! Bin it anyway. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Look at that, 54.2. I don't even want to look at what the top split lap is like. I'm just gonna bring it back to my normal. What an awful car. So whack. Such a wacky car. Nah, I don't think I'm ever gonna do that for a race. Maybe once, just for the sake of it. But nah, I'm happy with my Optima. As annoying as it is, I'm happy with the Optima. Oh, I would love to drive TCRs, dude. I've been driving a bunch of TCRs in race room now in my own time for fun. Especially since it's open access for the summer. I get to try the TCRs and all those funky classic circuits and the street circuits. It's a lot of fun. Just whacking the TCRs in race room is a lot of fun. But anyway, folks, it's been a wonderful, wonderful stream. I think it's about time we call it a night. Tomorrow, of course, is a no stream day, but I best believe I will be pushing as best as I can. Now that we have the knowledge, we have the in-depth insider knowledge. Yeah, even though my latest best attempt has still put us barely in the top 20. So we have quite a way to go. I think from where we stand, we are 7/10 to Tajaiman, which is better than most. Well, yeah, 6/10, 6.5 tenths. Yeah, 7/10. Make it 7/10. We're very, very close. But of course, we do need to still push quite a bit more. Yeah, we do have to push quite a lot more. But like I said, our optimal pace is in the top 10. There is still more room for improvement. I think I should be able to reach the optimal, the coveted 45.7 tomorrow in my own time. And then we only have Friday and Saturday to push to a 45.5 or perhaps even better. Ideally, we need to be doing better to really secure it, right? It's possible. It's possible. Let's keep our chin up, do our best, and yeah, I'm gonna keep it there, you guys. So thank you for watching, thank you for being here. It's been a good push. Hope you all learned a thing or two from me pushing at Okayama. It is a lovely track. It's got a wonderful flow, and it goes to show just there's no really a cookie cutter style approach to any given track. Yes, for a stage 1 learning, if you're just learning a brand new track, just go for late apex corners, every single corner. But then you really have to kind of do a proper track walk and do a proper track guide and analyze the entire track. Take into consideration elevation changes, bumps, temperature. But mostly temperature is a variable thing, but elevation changes and bumps are so important. And the nature of the curve itself. Is it an opening corner, a tightening corner, a fixed radius corner? Is it a corner that leads into another corner? What are the track limits of that particular corner? How much can you really abuse the track limits? A lot of these come into play to really maximizing your knowledge of the track. And I think in terms of track knowledge, we're there. Like I said, I think all of us who watched the track guide here today, we can close our eyes and we can just imagine Okayama and we can just point out every single reference just from memory. I think it's a simple enough track to remember. It's simple enough to execute, but pushing for those tenths where we need the utmost precision and making sure out of these slow and medium speed corners that we are carrying as much minimum speed as we possibly can and prioritizing the exits onto the high speed straights, particularly turn 5 out of the hairpin and on the final corner onto the main straight. So yeah, we did a good job today. We increased by a couple tenths, which is great. 46 flat, I love it. And then we did slightly improve by a couple more hundredths from a 0.6 to a 0.4. Love it. But yeah, there is room for improvement. I've got work to do. We've got work to do. I will see you all on Friday where we do a full-on push at Okayama, where we will take a more deliberate approach. I think I will start using Track Titan as well. I think I've been recording a bit on Track Titan too, if I'm not mistaken. Damn it, I forgot to disable it because it's using up all my free laps. And I think I've gone over for sure. Yeah, I've definitely gone over. Yeah, 116 out of 50 free laps used, so that's screwed. I can't really. But I can analyze my best lap there though. If I can find it here somewhere. Oh no, I can't. Too bad. Yeah, it's locked. It is locked. That is very sad. Very sad. Anyway. I'm gonna leave it at that, guys. So, till the next one, take care, stay safe, stay hydrated. Water, thank you so much for the raid. I hope he's still here. Kangas for the follow. Real Joe, thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for all the love on the support. More to come. 2 more big pushes on Friday and Saturday. We'll be going all out on this. We will not stop till we get into the top 10. If worst case scenario we don't get it by Saturday, I will have to get up very early in the morning before 8 a.m. on Sunday and grind this out. Literally till the very last second, till it closes out. I'm gonna give it all I got. I will give it all I got. Yeah, 85% brain capacity. 85, but not even my best. I'm holding back. But we can improve, man. We can improve. And on that, take care, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I will see you all very soon. And good night, everyone. Bye bye.